3, 5, 4, from you be the blood of the Englishman. You ain't got a chance that you ain't about to pass that. Pass that, run that, brass that slow. You ain't got a chance that, you ain't got a chance that. Pass that, run that, brass that smoke. I ain't really with that. Nah. I ain't really with that. No. I ain't really with that. Nah. I ain't really with that. Nah. Come like Sinbad mixed with dick that. Air Force One, wait. Stop that, start that. Been there, done that. Riff raff. I ain't really with that. Nah. I ain't really with that. The best side. The left side, the best side. 3, 5, 4, from you be the blood of the Englishman. You ain't got a chance that you ain't about to pass that. Pass that, run that, brass that slow.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Niddy Sphere. I will be your host tonight, Niddy. Here we goof around, usually have lots of fun. Tonight we're going to talk about maybe something more serious. I don't know. This could hit and strike some veins for some people. Some of you just want to listen in and hear this little debate skis of sorts. Hey, Maya. How you doing? I am going to be joined tonight by Pierce.
What's up, Niddy?
Hey, you've let me on your show a couple times, and I've been greatly appreciative of that, to talk about various topics, mostly centering around religion, because that's what I primarily am interested in, and talking about my experience with that and how it affects beliefs and values and all that stuff.
We've had some good conversations.
I appreciate that. So for my audience in particular, they may be completely unfamiliar with you. So can you give us an introduction of you, what your channel is about? You are a fellow creator. What your channel is about, and I want to know, I don't know that I know what got you into the YouTube space. So who are you? What's your channel about? What got you into this space?
Yeah, so I had this really interesting fallout with an associate of mine, and that's what got me interested initially in what's called straight epistemology. For those who might not be familiar, it's a non-confrontational method of having a conversation about what people believe, think, Socratic method, right? And so I was talking with this individual, and they I was joking around. I'm a jokester. I'm kind of like Niddy sometimes. I like to make some jokes, crack some jokes. And I did crack a joke. It wasn't a good joke. It was a bad joke. Not offensive. It was just stupid. He was saying something about, like, you gotta have faith. But he wasn't talking about anything religious, you know. It was just like you
Oh,
gotta have faith that the shipment is gonna come in time, or you know, something like that. Who knows? Whatever it was, I don't remember what it was. But he said that, and then I was like, nah, you don't gotta have faith. You see, it's a bad joke. It's not a good joke. Um, but it really set him off, and he started like screaming at me, and I
oh
was
shit.
like, yeah, dang, like what is going on, man? It kind of made me feel bad, and I searched for like what the heck is going on? What do I do? And then I found Anthony Magnabosco's videos,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna wear. I'm not gonna show my face, and it's gonna be really weird. And then I did that for a little while, and then I like had a glasses on for a little while, and that was really weird. But no, I don't do that because that was weird. So now I'm just me.
Okay. Okay. So you had this difficult conversation, and through that, maybe you had some self-reflection, and then you found Anthony's content and were like, okay, this is something I want to pursue because of that reflection.
Yeah, I was listening to all the great conversations that he was having, and I was like, that's a better way to have the conversation
Okay.
than the way it unfolded. It was like, you
Hmm.
know, maybe I could do that instead. And really reflecting back on it, I don't think that was the way at the time I thought it was. But
Mm.
I think really the correct, not correct. There's a million different ways. There's not one correct way. But I think the way I would have wanted to approach it with in hindsight, I would have approached it like, hey, I'm going to try to understand this anger because there's a lot of anger and frustration going on both sides eventually. But initially, it was just the one side, and I should have just understood that frustration, figured out where that was coming from,
Mm.
what the fuel on that fire was, and
Yeah.
it would
Yeah.
have worked out better. Yeah.
I need to fix that because I have a wrench at Kip's house. So Kip needs a wrench at my house. I'll fix it later, Kip, I promise. Um, but at any rate, yeah, okay. So you wanted to also understand where that intensity was coming from in that discussion as well. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and I think if I understood that, like there that would have put out the fire. I'm pretty sure.
Mm,
Once people, if they're hot, if they're really hot, meaning angry, if if you show them that you understand, a lot of times that starts to go away, and once you get that mutual understanding, you start to figure shit out. You don't just like it doesn't just keep growing and growing. You're not throwing more fuel on the fire. The fuel's getting burned up, and it you know at least that's my analogy. That's
okay.
the way I see it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's how you got into the space. Now, give us bleh, gi- give us a synapse about your of and maybe some of the goals you have for your channel.
Sure. Um, it's a little bit of a loaded question, Niddy, and I'm going to tell you this because like
I'm sorry.
things have been changing. Things have
Mhm.
been changing. Like my priorities have been shifting. Like the old Pierce would have said, like I really want to teach people how to have conversations, and I would really
Mhm.
like to do that. I would really like to teach people how to not have those explosive conversations I was describing to you just a moment ago. Right? I would like to teach them how to really get to the core of issues and you know figure stuff out, right? And not have like if you're just exploding and going crazy on people, like what is that going to do? It's not going to do anything. At least in my opinion, I don't think it's going to do much. So that's kind of the old Pierce to do that, to talk to people, to have these great conversations, to teach people how to have them.
Mhm. Mhm.
But lately, honestly, it's been like frustrating, just because I have some of these conversations and people will see them and they'll. It seems like most people take away the wrong things for them, and that's been incredibly frustrating for me. They will
Hmm.
attach to one of the claims that my conversation partner makes, And it's just like, well, why didn't you dig into that? Why didn't you call them out on that? Why didn't you blah, 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 and so on and so on. And it's like, why are you concentrating on that? Yeah, sure, I could have dug deeper there.
Right.
But like the whole, I don't know. It's
So
been frustrating for me.
If I'm hearing you right, so your channel, when you started it and the direction you had was more the Socratic method, street epistemology approach, right?
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
your priorities are shifting, your goals are shifting. Okay. And I understand that because when I have my It's Best to Be an Atheist series, right? I go back and I have listened to those recordings, and there are definitely moments where I'm marking myself as like, why didn't you press this? Why didn't you do that? Why did you let this person get away with this statement, right? That or
Sure.
they're gishing, right? Couldn't you have slowed that down? And um my purpose was in a lot of that wasn't to win, right? And I tell people what the purpose of my conversations is. It's to dismantle and diffuse stereotypes of atheists. It's to present opposition. It's to uh, demonstrate that like atheists can be positive. Atheists don't default hate God, and that I understand theists too, right? And I want them to understand me. And so that's really the goal of those conversations, right? And it's like I said, it's not really to win, right? Because, and then when I go back and I'm like, well, why didn't I push this? Why didn't I push that? That's me trying to win, right? And then I'm like, that I have to reflect again and say, like, well, that wasn't really what I was doing at the time. So why am I listening back to win? And maybe people are taking away their desire to win, right? Or they want to see you win, like win, right? And yeah, that would be um, unconstructive, right? It's not really constructive. So like constructive would be something like, in my opinion, would be like, well, you didn't press this. Maybe when it comes up again, try that, right? Or you know what I mean? Or like, oh, what they said was totally wrong. You suck for not doing that. It's like, well, do you understand the goal of my channel right now? It's to have the conversation and humanize each other, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
it's not about like taking every opportunity to press someone on X and Y. Sure, you could do what's interesting is to also, I think I did this once, was to live review your own conversation, right? And be like,
I like
"Oh,
that.
this is what I missed. That's what I missed." Right? Or if I wanted to win, I would have done
Yeah, I really think you're onto something, Niddy. Like, it might come down to like some of the people who view my videos, live streams, whatever. They might have completely different goals than me, and I've been trying to say, hey, maybe ease up on the goal of trying to win or demolish or plow down your opposition.
interlocutor. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe stop thinking about them as your enemy, and maybe try looking at them as your conversation partner,
Mm-hmm.
as another human being. But I don't know. I feel like I have failed tremendously at that.
Interesting. Well, when it might seem a little duplicitous of me sometimes, but I do like to say, if you're willing to engage me face to face, we're going to have a conversation like this. But if you're just going to produce content and it's in opposition to a position I hold, I can be rough, right?
Yeah,
I'm not going to
that's fair.
dehumanize you. And I've been more recently been very conscientious to not insult intelligence, to not insult appearances, and then be more consistent, right? Between attacking the idea and not like the person. Now, if I know someone should know better and is lying, I'll say, you're a liar. But at any rate, yeah. So, do you think, is it your opinion? It's my opinion, kind of now. If you're getting comments like that, that there might be like an overlap between like passionate atheists and street epistemology content. I think so, definitely.
It's I don't know if it's necessary. I don't get a lot of those comments on the religious type of videos that I have.
Of all
It's
things.
yeah, it's mostly on the things that most people would consider like political.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing about, well, hold on. I don't want to delve into that comparison quite yet. So you said that those were your initial goals. So where are you pivoting now? Like, because you made this video that we're going to get into a bit, but like, you know,
that might be my pivot. I guess I'm not really sure. Like I thought about going out to the college campuses this spring. It's great weather right now.
yes.
I considered it. And then I was like, no, I'm taking this spring off and I'm going to reconsider. Maybe I'll go out in the fall. But I'm kind of undecided now. You know, I don't know. If I do go out, I got ideas on how to. I got some ideas. I got some really good ideas. But
Nice.
yeah, I don't know. I'm not terribly motivated. It kind of feels like so I have this goal of like my vision is like if I can get people to watch my content and then have these conversations in their own families, communities, friends, whatever. That's what I want.
That's success to you.
It,
Yeah.
that's success to me. And so far, quite frankly, it's been difficult to measure that success. Like I
It's
don't know how to
impossible.
measure
I'll
that,
just tell you that
right?
right now.
But just based off of the feedback that I get, the comments that I get,
Mhm.
stuff like that, or direct messages sent to me, it doesn't always appear that that's happening. Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, I would like to think that I model that in religious conversations, especially when like Christians have come on my channel. It's Michael Beverly. Wah, 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 wah. He's an atheist. Pierce is an atheist. Oh, let's acknowledge the chat a little bit here. Of course, we've got you,
That is true.
Maya Atkinson, the goddess. If you don't know why that is, I highly suggest you visit her channel and watch Bad Science Sunday. We've got Dr. Kip Davis. Answers in Atheism. Mike, hello. And who else is in the chat who's acknowledged themselves? Elliot, nice to see you. Nice to see you.
What's up, Elliot?
Nathaniel, hi there. And who else we got? We got Michael Beverly. All right. Yeah. And if you are in the chat, please give us a thumbs up, give us a like. Let us know you're spending time here and that you're engaged in this conversation because that would be fantastic. Yeah, people have told me that they enjoy the way in which I engage in these conversations. Some people have said, "Hey, I'm learning something," and that's great. Like, you know, and are they doing something with it? You know, I don't know, right? We'd have to see. How about this? Maybe I jumped the gun a little bit. Well, hang on. It depends. We're specifically going to focus on the topics in the description and title of this video and Pierce's about social change rhetoric and echo chambers. And I do want to cover some content leading up to people on the panel. Maybe I should take down the banner for now. The link is pinned. If you come in, just know that you might wait a while. So yeah, I jumped the gun. Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that. I appreciate everyone who's here. You're all fantastic. Trusty Ape, what's up? Okay, so you know, I think those are great goals, right? To maybe like even for me, this is pure hobby, right? I'm not making any money. My PayPal link is now in the description. But you know, I just enjoy expressing myself, having conversations. If theists come, I want to dialogue. That's great too. And so, if people are learning something here, I always like to say, if you learned something tonight, press a 1 in the chat. uh, and, I hope people learn something, right? And that's what it is. Maybe if that's not where you want to go with these kinds of things, then no one's making you, like, but I really appreciate that. That's part of being in this space too. We grow, we adapt. Our channel is what we make it, right? And people who are there for you and believe in your goals or willing to move with you, then that's all I need. So no, I haven't heard back from DJ Scribble yet. I don't know. Niddy isn't a militant. Yeah, which is fine. Thank you, Rochester Swift. Okay, so you said that you might be pivoting to making videos. And you made a video. This is one of your first videos that you made that I wanted to talk about and bring you on the show about. But we're going to get into another video that's related to that video. Okay, I have another scene here that I like better. There we go. Okay. So this video, it says, "Are you trapped in an echo chamber or a flame war? Discover the valley of open-mindedness." And so for people in my chat in particular, I really want real-time feedback into what's being said in this video and to keep in mind what's expressed here before we move on to what we're going to talk about next. And hopefully everyone has the attention span for that. Damn you, TikTok. All right. So do you have anything you want to say before we start playing this?
Well, I have listened to it previously, so I know what it's about. I liked
your
it.
Picture's on it.
My picture is on it. My face is on the thumbnail, not on the first frame, but yeah, it's it's fun. Let's get started.
Yep. How fast can I play this back? I'll do 1.25.
Yeah, that should be good.
You know that feeling, right? You try to have a decent conversation online, maybe even offline, about something important, and it just feels like you're either, I don't know, stuck in a room where everyone's nodding like crazy.
Yeah, the echo chamber effect.
Or you've stumbled into this massive online brawl where people are just yelling.
Total flame war. It's exhausting and honestly pretty frustrating for trying to actually communicate.
Exactly. I saw this this graphic recently from @PierceWatkins. It's like a U-shaped curve.
Yeah.
And it maps out these discussions. It really clicked for me.
Oh yeah, I know the one. It lays out this whole sort of landscape of online talk, doesn't it?
It does. So you've got echo chambers way over on the left.
Right.
Then it dips down into this area called the Valley of Open-Mindedness in the middle. And then it shoots back up on the right into flame wars.
And that curve itself, the U shape, that represents social media engagement, right?
Yeah.
High on the ends, low in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. Which is kind of wild when you think about it. So
I mean, there's no shortage of all this happening in the atheosphere, right? I mean, we get so much of this in varying channels. Like we can go over to Modern Day Debate, or the Line, or occasionally in our own chats, people come in and engage us in the same way. So that's my starting point.
Yeah, you kind of look at I look at it. You got like these Facebook groups, right? And some of them are like these debate groups between atheists, theists, and that's really like the flame wars, just everybody at each other's throats constantly. And then you have like just the groups for atheists, or just the groups for Catholics, or just a group for insert whatever belief.
Just the Discord for that.
You're right, or Discord, right?
Politics,
same thing.
Discord.
So you got those two different ends of the spectrum, and then the value of open-mindedness, the middle, where actual conversation can happen. It hardly exists, it feels like. At least that's my perception.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have an opinionated chat. This is gonna be great.
So that's what we want to dig into today. What's really going on in each zone?
And why does the engagement look like that?
Yes.
So
And,
this
like,
is
how do we
AI,
actually
right?
Get into that middle part,
It is.
Okay.
the valley
Notebook
of
Island.
open-mindedness, more often, because that seems like where the good stuff, the real understanding, should happen.
It absolutely should be. It's often overlooked because it's quieter, not as much noise as the extremes, but that's where the potential for actual learning is.
Okay, so let's start on the left side then. The echo chambers. What does that really look like, feel like?
Well, you painted a good picture already. It's a space, usually online, but not always, where basically everyone agrees.
Right, you poke something and boom, like totally
Sure.
agree. That little dopamine hit of validation.
Exactly. The key thing is the lack of, well, friction. There's not much challenging the main view. Different ideas are either just not there or they get shot down fast.
And it feels good at
Yeah.
first, right? Being agreed with. But what's the downside? What's happening beneath the surface?
Well, the impact on like how we actually understand things can be pretty big. You get confirmation bias just running rampant.
So you're only seeing stuff that confirms what you already think.
Pretty much. And it's not just that you prefer it, it's often all you see in that space. This can then lead to group polarization.
Meaning the group itself gets more extreme.
Yeah, the shared beliefs get amplified because they're never really tested. They just bounce around and get stronger. It's like an amplifier for certainty.
Okay. So it's not just agreement, it's like magnified agreement.
And that can lead to being way too confident in beliefs that might actually be, well, flawed or incomplete.
Yeah, you can definitely picture those online groups where that happens. Nothing new really gets in. Okay, so let's swing to the complete opposite end. The flame wars. That's
Yeah, I can see that being a take on um definitely Jesus, my light is all flickery. Being a take of different atheist shows, where people do have a difficult time taking feedback or pushback. So that's just something to be aware of. And I think there's a lot of relationship to churches with this, though. Like in my former culty church experience, there's like a line at which you could keep questioning, and then if you get too far out of that line, or essentially like doctrine, you eventually get to being a heretic, right? And you can't challenge any further. But yeah.
Yeah, I think that this happens in lots of different communities. Obviously, religious ones. Could happen in atheist spaces as well. But I would take that further. I would go so far to say, like, there might be an echo chamber of, like, football fans who... no, I'm serious. I'm
I know.
dead ass serious. Football fans who, like, they... think that the NFL was considering like putting AI in the ball and in the chain and all this technology to figure out if it's a first down and stuff. There might be a totally echo chamber of people who are like totally against that, and there might be another one who's like totally for it. Like, we got to get that spot perfect where that ball is. And the other spot's like, they're gonna ruin the game. I don't know. That's what I think. I think echo chambers just kind of happen all over the place.
They're not thinking about how this application of this technology could help the game. Right? It's just like something new I don't understand, right? I don't need this. Why can't we have football the good old way when people got merciless concussions? Yeah, okay. Oh. I gotta say this, that before I deconstructed or really found myself not believing in Christianity, there was content adjacent to the polarization of America based on religious and political lines being merged together, right? And the content adjacent to this was a guy who was talking about like the far right pipeline and how what's the word? Like young men in particular at the time were just disillusioned with life, feeling a lack of purpose or whatever. And they kind of are latching on to these very opinionated groups, right, in a particular political direction. Generally this was criticizing like the far right. Well, I shouldn't say quotes, it is, right? And as they get more into that space, they're affirmed and introduced to more radical beliefs, and then they end up adopting those and moving further into that circle, at which point they are now in this net of beliefs, and challenging them makes them angry, and it's difficult for them to get out of it. And that concept of the echo chamber was making a lot of sense to me then, right? And I think it's very easy to accuse your opposition of being in that space, right? And so when that content is being made about people getting into the far right, I think that's a valid criticism, and scary, and something that needs to be said, right? Because I could have moved in that direction because I had all these like Christian values that were, oh yeah, oh yeah, I didn't get that far into exploring all that. Black pill is like the weirdest, um, but I was listening at the time too to conservative radio here in Ohio, 98.9, The Answer. It's like Dennis Prager, and Sebastian Gorkov and those kind of guys. And they were saying things like, well, the Democrats have the woke mind virus, right? They've caught this social values and beliefs that have radicalized them, radical left. They've got the woke mind virus, and now they've become this radical left boogeyman, right? And it's a way to, I think the language for both is dehumanizing, right? And it's a what's the word I'm looking for? It's kind of thought stopping about the other side, right? And I don't like it. Doesn't mean I haven't said it before. Right? But I know that people who listen to me and listen to you, or listen to more controversial like debate channels, right? They will readily say like, oh, they're in an echo chamber. They're in an echo chamber. But then maybe they might lack some reflection to say, now, wait a minute, maybe I'm generally consuming content that affirms what I think, right? And it, it's your choice. Like, if you don't like shit and you don't want to hear that, you don't have to listen, right? If you're a believer, you don't want to listen to me and get, do what you want. So there's that. What do you think about all that I had to say there?
Yeah, I think the pipeline that you're referring to, I think that is a thing that exists. And of course, like, there's nuance, right? Not every single person who leaves religion, not every young man who leaves a religion is going to fall into that.
Oh yeah, no.
But
that.
I think that I knew you weren't, but I'm just clarifying that I'm not saying that either. But I think that is a real phenomena that occurs. I think when someone has a belief that's really important to them and brings a lot of value to their life, it's a traumatic, at least for some people, it's going to be a traumatic experience to let go of that, to change that.
Yeah,
it's going through a lot. I never experienced that. Okay, but I've listened to a lot of people. Yeah, it's not in a religious sense anyway. I was never really religious, so I had nothing to discard, right? But I've heard a lot of other people talk about it. Like Today David, he's talked to me about that before, and he talked about how difficult it was, right? And so I kind of have a little bit of idea of what it's like. And I think when you're going through that, you're a very vulnerable person, and you're going to latch on to a community, a group of people, because like you're missing something, right? You've just been exiled for not maybe exiled in some cases. Sometimes it's more of a self thing. Maybe you're just walking away, right? But in any case, you're looking for another community. You're looking to fill that hole, right? And I think those other things, these other ideas, whether it be, something extremely right wing, something extremely left wing, maybe it's just veganism, who knows? You're looking for a community. And when you find that community, those ideas start bouncing around and that's all you consume. You're with those people all the time, vulnerable. You're probably going to adopt a lot of those views. That's probably a natural thing, that's a phenomena that can and, in my opinion, does occur.
So here's a question from the chat. Hengfa asks, I mean, doesn't it depend? Can't echo chambers form around actual truths?
Sure. I wouldn't see why not.
They can.
Like, would an example of an echo chamber of an actual truth be like globe Earth? Would that be an example?
You're a globist? No, I'm just kidding.
Like, would that be? I guess, sorta. I mean, there's not a whole ton of opposition.
No, I think that there's there's something to distinguish those things in our language. One is that space is real. An echo chamber comes, I think, baked in the definition, right? Or how we're using it in this conversation is a set of what's the word I'm looking for? They're generally like, I think it's what's called like analytic propositions, where these things are true by the definitions of what people are saying in society or culture. They're not necessarily things that are related to an actual object or so empirical. They're not related to an empirical claim.
Okay.
I might have that backwards.
Empirical means like factual.
Yes, right. So you might have majority consensus on what is like the most tested, right, theory or explanation of something, right? It's empirically tested and verified, like a globe Earth, right, or the speed of light and all this stuff. So it's not an echo chamber because independently we can verify that thing is true irrespective of other beliefs. Does that make sense? Like, I think by definition of what we're talking about is echo chambers are now maybe someone is unwilling to retest that claim, right? The Earth is 6,000 years old, right? And that's related to like testable predictions about the Earth. But it is an echo chamber, I think, when they aren't willing to challenge that empirical claim, right? Or vaccines, yeah.
Could there be a round Earth group of people who are unwilling to test the claim of round Earth? Would that make it an echo chamber?
Potentially, I would say so.
Okay,
wait. Maybe it's better to say an echo chamber holds to a dogma. Meaning there's a central set of core beliefs that if challenged, it's a threat. If challenged, that doesn't belong in the chamber, right? Okay. Does that kind of make sense? And so if you're dogmatic about like X, Y, or Z claim and you don't want to test it, then maybe you do have an echo chamber, right? If you're surrounded by people who will not, let go or test this belief, then yes, of course. So Hengfa, I think you can, when that true thing, to the best of your knowledge, that true thing is a dogma and not something testable, not something that can be challenged. Now, chat, if you agree or disagree, you're welcome to say so, and we'll hash that out.
I'm on board with your definition, Niddy. I think we got a good one there.
Cool. Yeah, and I think that's an important distinction for the chat too. Okay, let's go back to our vidya and see how far we can get. We're already 40 minutes in and we're not on the original topic.
Sounds less cozy.
Considerably less cozy, yeah. Flame wars are all about hostility, personal attacks, outrage, debates where it's all about winning, not understanding, zero sum.
And the engagement driver there must be totally different from the echo chamber's validation thing.
Oh, completely. It's the conflict itself that fuels it. Outrage, anger, those emotions get a ton of traction on social media.
The algorithms love that stuff.
Often, yes. Negative, high emotion content tends to get pushed. So you get this cycle. Conflict breeds more comments, which breeds more visibility, which breeds more conflict. Any real
Thumbnails like this. Come on, click. It's controversial. Find out the real Jesus. Anyway.
dialogue just gets drowned out.
It's like the goal shifts from discussing the issue to just being outraged and attacking. You react, someone piles on, it just spirals.
Exactly. And the effect on our ability to learn or understand anything is, well, pretty destructive.
How so?
You've got negativity bias. Those nasty comments stick with you more than any potential useful point someone might have tried to make. Then there's effective polarization. You start to genuinely dislike or distrust people on the other side, not just disagree with their ideas.
Right, gets personal.
Very personal. And ultimately, instead of opening minds, it leads to entrenchment. People just dig their heels in deeper. It's like the shouting makes it harder to hear.
Okay, so we have these two extremes, high energy, lots of engagement, but maybe not much actual progress. That brings us down to the bottom of the U, the valley of open-mindedness. This sounds like where we'd want to be, ideally.
It really does. The valley is characterized by a genuine mix of viewpoints, but crucially, the people there are willing to actually question their own ideas and engage respectfully with different ones.
Okay, I can see why the engagement, the likes and comments might be lower there. It's not feeding that
Sounds like your videos.
instant gratification of agreement or outrage.
Precisely. The drivers are different. It's less about viral moments and more about, well, actual conversation, which unfortunately means it often gets less visibility on algorithms. It's harder to find, harder to sustain sometimes.
But if you can get there or create,
Did you want to pause there?
Yeah, that is why street epistemology videos, aside from the brief time period in which Anthony released in his heyday, that is why street epistemology videos do not do well. Because they are in the valley of open-mindedness. They do not, the algorithm does not favor them because they're not the flame wars, right?
Right.
They're
Maybe my channel needs more traction, so by me getting more radical.
I'm disappointed, Niddy.
Oh shit, chat, Bob dropped.
create that space. What are the real benefits, like for actually learning something?
Oh, the benefits are huge. You develop epistemic humility,
Meaning,
recognizing you don't know everything, that you could be wrong. It's fundamental. It also builds perspective taking, the skill of genuinely trying to see things from another angle and honestly facing that discomfort of maybe being wrong. That's often the fastest way to actually getting closer to the truth. Real learning happens there.
so it's the prime spot for intellectual growth, but that curve suggests it's tough to get there and stay there. Why? What are the forces pushing us to the edges?
Give our cows something to talk about. Become a subscriber.
Okay.
You ad. No, I was holding up this book, Mistakes Were Made, but Not by Me, and it actually has a lot to do with like cognitive dissonance and changing your mind, or examples of people changing their mind with their beliefs and their groups and their affiliations. And, you know, I think it is important to humanize the people, your interlocutor, when you're actively engaging them, right? Because I'm not necessarily opposed to very opinionated and strongly held views and beliefs being the primary purpose of your content, right? But when that engagement is happening, right? So like in your comment section, right, you're giving your commenters who heavily disagree with you a benefit of the doubt. You don't, dehumanize them, you don't slur them, stuff like that. So it actually does show that they're engaged with what you had to say.
I never thought of that. I never had anybody put it that way. It just kind of blew my mind, Niddy. That's interesting.
Well, good.
Good. But I would say, I think that is true. There is engagement there. At least some sort of engagement. I would question how the quality of said engagement. Is it low quality engagement?
That's
Probably.
fair.
Yeah.
Chat, you can feel free about this one. This is one of my new guests that I've met through my my rating guild. I believe that's who this is. QQ, because first time here, curious on people's thoughts. I know my own. Is atheism a religion? Oh my God, you're gonna get dogpiled. I'm sorry. Since I can't ask this in the other space, yeah, it probably isn't on topic, but echo chamber maybe. Yeah, chat, be respectful. This is a question we answer a million times in other places. You're not aware of that, my friend. But they'll definitely tackle this for a little while and be off topic in the chat. So go for it. I love you, chat. Let's see. Okay. Now I think, was there anything else that you want to capture from this video before I switch gears a little bit?
No, we can switch gears if you'd like.
Cool. Okay. So you uploaded your video.
Durante didn't break the
Pause
cycle.
that. Oh, wait, I can pause it. Okay.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to preface a few things. So most of my chat, you guys are well aware of the Daily Atheist Morning Show. Chris, Rion, and Durante, like most of us, tune into that show. And so, Pierce, I know you made this content using Durante as a case study. Is that a good way to put this?
I'd say so. It definitely doesn't apply to like only him. Like I think
that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, I put him in the description, and I definitely want to tell everyone here, this is nothing to do with Durante per se. This is a case study in this community and how we communicate. And we're going to work on that. We're going to work through what you said in this video and some of the things that I've seen in other videos, and engage it that way. So again, this is not any reflection on any thoughts I have about Durante or you have about Durante. This is a look at how we've communicated in different videos and how it can sound, and how this conversation is happening. And, this is something that I think I addressed it in a different stream, where I just will outright not say that, my opposition has a mind virus, right? That they have some kind of illness that they can't discern, or that they can't, they don't have a path to recovery, right? Because if you tell me I have the woke mind virus, right? Well, what's my path to recovery? How much of belief revision is going to make me acceptable, right? It's like saying, how much righteousness do I need to pursue to be less sinful, right? It's undefinable, right? And it's horrific because it just fucks with you, and I don't like it. Now, people in my chat, I know they disagree with that, but
like anyone at any point can change their confidence, change their mind on anything, really, right?
Right. And some of us, never thought we would be here, right? You never know who you'll be tomorrow. 5 years ago, if you had told me you'd be making an atheist YouTube channel, I'd be like, no, fuck you. I love Jesus.
Is that what you would say, Niddy?
Maybe.
Exact words?
Okay, not quite.
Okay.
Okay.
Gotcha.
All right. So, yeah. You made this, and so let's talk about this. Here we go.
Reinvented it.
Again, not a hit piece.
You've deconstructed your religious beliefs and superstitions. Maybe you've even deconverted. You've seen through the lies, and now you're angry. And if that anger is rising in you now, good. We're going to talk about what to do with it. Because it doesn't have to burn you alive. It can become your fuel. Anger is often the first sign that your inner compass is coming back online. Ask yourself, what do I want to protect now? What lie do I want to dismantle? What truth do I want to amplify? What kind of life do I want to build that my old belief system would have hated? Anger becomes sustainable when it's tied to purpose, not just reaction. You can fight for justice, create content, help others heal, organize, mentor, vote differently, build differently, whatever.
Okay, so can you give me the things that you objected to the most that he said there?
Sure. Shoot, I feel like I feel like you should have asked me that before I just watched it. Like I'm struggling to remember what he said.
That was the anger is fuel part, if I'm not
Anger is
mistaken.
fuel. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Anger is fuel. And it kind of depends exactly what he means, but when I hear anger as fuel, what I'm hearing is like
Yeah, we got to rewind, they said. I don't know how to I don't know how to rewind it.
I know how to.
Oh, you can. Oh, you can.
Durante Lamar's Bridge City Global is an insulated echo chamber.
Pause real quick.
Durante didn't break the cycle.
Have you joined Bridge City Global and gone into like their actual organization or meetings or?
I was in their Discord server.
Oh, okay. See, I haven't been there, so I'd be interested. But go on.
But I was removed from there. Durante removed me.
Was it before or after this video?
It was way before. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
What do you think precipitated that?
I attempted to have a conversation with an individual on that server, and they declined. That's fine, no big deal.
Sure.
I wasn't upset, mm-hmm. But then there was a bunch of fellows from the ACD server who are also a part of that. There's a overlap apparently.
Okay.
And a lot of these fellows.
What server is ACD? Can you?
Atheist Community of Discord.
Okay.
Yeah. And
I'm on Discord. But go on.
Anyways, yeah, I was interacting with a lot of those fellows previous to this interaction on the server, or lack of interaction, really. But anyways, they were objecting to a few of my videos, like the one with Mia Hughes, for example. And they...
what was the topic of conversation in that?
That was about transgender issues in general.
Okay.
And they did not like it. And I was engaging with them in conversation over on the Atheists of Discord community server, whatever. And they happened to know that I was interacting on that server to a small degree. I sent like 2 messages. And then they just came in and just started talking shit. Just kind of straight up making accusations. And I didn't even really get into it. I was just like, hey, that's not true. That's not true, man. Chill. Peace. Love. And then
so were they associating maybe... I haven't watched your interaction with
Mia Hughes. Yes, Mia.
Okay. I haven't watched your interaction with Mia, but I'm going to take a guess. Is that it may have seemed like you didn't have a very pro-trans position, or like you were just kind of like having the conversation, and or maybe you were asking questions to challenge that person, but that doesn't mean you hold that view.
Yeah, like
is that what was going on? And so maybe they accused you. I'm not going through your head or their heads, but this is what I'm going to guess. So by expressing the challenge, maybe they associated that you're Peter Boghossian, and you actually believe that.
I think they took it a step way. They went from 0 to 100 like real quick.
Oh.
And it was more like they made assumptions about how I feel about trans people, I guess that would be. Like they were just like, you hate trans people, and it's like, no, that's ridiculous. I don't hate someone because of
their orientation and their
Yeah,
self-expression.
like that's I don't hate anyone as far as I'm concerned. Like if I can have a relationship with shit. Maybe I don't have a relationship with him because I can't remember his name. But if I can talk to all these people and be friendly with all these people, I've talked to people who are extremely anti-transgender. I've talked to transgender people, and all of the conversations are always pretty chill, pretty cool. And some of these people, like, I could totally be friends with them. Some of them I am. And to make statements like that is just disheartening, man. It really is. But anyways, that is why he removed me, and at least I think so. He never gave me an explanation, so I can't be certain.
Yeah. You're not in someone's head when they make decisions about their servers, especially if they don't tell you why you aren't welcome there. So that, that is unfortunate, and I can definitely, I would feel frustrated, if I was providing pushback or engaging in a chat and people disagree with me and they just kicked me out. If you want to have this debate, you can come on in 15 minutes, maybe 20. It's not my strong suit of conversation, but yeah, it's definitely going to be on an activist allyship bend. Chat, be careful. Don't insult this person's intelligence, please.
It's actually in my chat, so.
Oh, it doesn't matter. They can see each other.
Yeah. Oh, they can't. Really?
No, wait. No, they can't. Oops,
I don't think they can.
I highlighted it. Go over to Pierce's channel and give him shit. I'm just kidding. Don't necessarily do that. All right. Let's see. We'll play some more.
Okay.
Well, okay. Maya can see it. I want to. So I have. Did I put this up? Which video was it? Damn it! Which video are you showing? Here, let me play for a second.
He reinvented it.
You've deconstructed your religious beliefs and superstitions. Maybe you've even deconverted.
So, okay. Would you generally say then that so far from what you've seen, the Discord in particular was an echo chamber to you?
Honestly, before I got kicked out, I didn't see a whole lot in there, but I do think so. Okay. Most likely, from what I did see, yeah.
That's fair. And so when we experience something like that, I think that's fair to address.
You've seen through the lies, and now you're angry. And if that anger is rising in you now, good. We're going to talk about what to do with it. Because it doesn't have to burn you alive. It can become your fuel.
Okay, it can become your fuel. And then
Yep.
I found this thing that, no, not that one. You said this. Oh, 9. You said that. So let me play that back again. Can you go back like 5 or 10 seconds?
Sure.
Okay.
And if that anger is rising in you now, good. We're going to talk about what to do with it. Because it doesn't have to burn you alive. It can become your fuel.
Okay, so, and then I was rewatching your video, and you said this.
Do I have a different version?
Huh? No, but you said
okay.
this.
If you are an atheist watching this, I challenge you to consider why you are joining a cause, taking a certain political stance, or a part of a particular community. What is your real motivation? Is it anger, or perhaps a deeper reason?
Oh shit, did I miss timestamp that? Fuck.
Another meaning and purpose. This is why so many former fundamentalists become activists when they lose their religion and community. They seek replacement. This is often motivated with anger. Sometimes people adopt a cause mainly as a reaction against their old beliefs rather.
Okay, so you definitely acknowledge that people do something with their anger, and they join, the opposition, right? Which there's a couple of things I could definitely say about that in terms of our space. Ours meaning like generally my chat, not necessarily your engagement. But in another video here, oh shit, where was it? Urgh. I've got a lot of links here, and I'm trying to figure out which was which. But all right, here's the deal. I know, and I have found a clip of Durante expressing exactly what you expressed, and I'm not trying to say that you're again doing like a hit piece or something, right? But Durante, I think it was the Christian nationalism one. Oh, where we're at war. That's it. Yeah. Let me find it. Was it this one? Okay, I think it's this.
We need to be running for local office, not just high-level positions, but school boards, county commissions, city councils, even the library boards. This is where policies like book bans, prayer in schools, and curriculum changes happen. We also need to be packing out the local meetings. Christian nationalists show up in mass to city and state meetings. So should we. Outnumber them. Take the microphone, shape policy, make noise. Saturate advisory committees. Every government has boards that shape policy. Non-believers should dominate them. The key move here is don't just vote, control the system. They're using it against us. Let's use it against them. Build and fund secular power centers. Christian.
So throughout this video here, right, he's saying when you combine it with the other video that you clipped, I think Durante has a fair amount of content where he's saying, you're angry from deconverting. Let's do something with it that is productive, right? And I agree with you that the language can be pretty hostile, off-putting, maybe even demonizing, right? The other side. Now, here's something I want to read for you. Let's see if I can find it. Damn it. Hold on. Oh, I put it in my notes here. Okay. So here's the thing. Here's what I want to ask you. You said in one of your comments to someone in your video there that you made, you said, what did you say? People were talking about like the police and force and maybe even the language that I think you were in a discussion about the language that you were taking issue with. And you said, this is a quote from your comment, you don't have to be violent to cause harm. Now, what do you think you meant by that comment? And yeah, talk about that.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, they were talking about Durante specifically, but this applies to anybody. So they were saying like, I think the general gist of it was like he's got freedom of speech. He can say what he wants as long as he is not like inciting violence, not saying, "Hey, go storm the Capitol building, go storm the government."
So that's
right.
Good.
Obviously, he doesn't. Yeah, and they're like, well, as long as he's not doing that, that's not a problem. That's not violence. That's not right. But what I was saying was like, you can get people riled up without directly saying like, "Hey, go buy some guns and we're gonna do some shit or something," right? You can make these statements and get people to like push a certain position or a narrative and have that be not based on anything that is that correlates with reality. It can be untrue, and you can motivate people to take strategies that are poor strategies for human life in general, right? And there can be nothing that's necessarily violent about what you say or what you in your words, but those words will have impact and influence on people. I think that's what I was getting at.
Okay, I get you. Maybe even is some of the apprehension here that it can sound like radicalization too?
I suppose
So from what you present in the video, I can agree that the statements being made can seem like radicalization, but I think I I want to say this with the best of intentions, Pierce. I really want you to go re-listen to some more of Durante's content to recontextualize the things that you've taken issue with, and maybe divorce that more from the Discord. Because knowing what I know now about the echo chamber, and like if people took that much issue with you for having a conversation, that's fucked, right? And maybe there is some dogma and some things that they're holding on to that they aren't questioning, or they are making assumptions about you that are not fair, and they're taking you out of context essentially, right? So that is what it is. And if I farm someone, I don't know, oh shit, I didn't mean to say that. If someone it's valid for anyone to give me that homework too. Is that fair?
I think so.
Cool. And so some of my people in the chat, they do regularly follow Durante, but he's not trying to get people riled up. He's looking for people who are already riled up. Asking if they want to do something productive with their anger. What do you think about that?
Same thing.
Same thing.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Okay. Here's something interesting. I wonder if the person you were engaging with in your comments would be against slurs towards LGBTQIA people and make the assertion, well, words hurt people, right?
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
I don't
And
know
that
the
would
person.
be kind of
Yeah.
hypocritical if you're saying words can cause harm, right? And they're saying, well, no, it's just violence that causes harm, right? But then in the same token, they believe that words cause harm to people without violence, right? And we do have a category for that in our legal system. That's called harassment, right? You can be sexually assaulted through words, right? That's a thing. No, it really is.
Yeah, I never thought of it that way, but that is true. That is a true statement. Yeah.
Yeah. If you read legal codes or take part in your company has like a harassment training exercise that you have to take every year. I do. The company's legally liable and can report to the authorities sexual harassment. It's a category of harassment, and it's punishable by legal action. So yay. But I want to read this quote. And I'm curious as to where you think this is coming from. Okay.
All right, go ahead.
I'm going to remove that from the stage. Okay. In your statement, you asserted that our actions, even though peaceful, must be condemned because they precipitate violence. But can this assertion be logically made? Isn't this like condemning the robbed man because his possessions of money precipitated the evil act of robbery? Isn't this like condemning Socrates because his unswerving commitment to truth and his philosophical delvings precipitated the misguided popular mind to make him drink the hemlock? Isn't this like condemning Jesus because his unique God consciousness and never ceasing devotion to his will precipitated the act of crucifixion? We must come to see, as federal courts have consistently affirmed, that it is immoral to urge an individual to withdraw his efforts to gain his basic constitutional rights because the quest precipitates violence. Society must protect the robbed and punish the robber. Was not Thomas Jefferson an extremist? We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. So the question is not whether we will be extremists, but what kind of extremists will we be? Will we be extremists for hate, or will we be extremists for love? Will we be extremists for the preservation of injustice, or will we be extremists for the cause of justice? I hope that the moderate would see this. What do you think about that? It's a lot, sorry.
Yeah, I think it comes down to like context, I guess, right? Like
wait till I give you the context. Do you know?
I don't think I know. Was that a comment that I got?
No. That quote
Okay.
is Dr. Martin Luther King.
Ah,
Yeah.
interesting. It does not sound like we all compare him to the "I Have a Dream" speech, right?
Yeah.
And that is a little bit contrasting to that, right?
I don't necessarily think so. And this is
No?
where I think a lot of people in the atheist activism space are trying to come from, where they are motivated to change. They don't want to January 6th this bitch, right? But they don't want to move to violence, even though the rhetoric is amped, right? Or the communication is polarized, right? And like Durante was saying, he's like, take over schools, vote in our people, right? And what the reason for that is recognizing these injustices of, suppressing the expression of other religions in schools, right? At my college campus in town, right? They're removing like a women's center, a racial equality center. Certain topics can't be taught, right? Or discussed in a college classroom, right? What the fuck, right? These curtailings of free speech, right? I think we're right to say, hey, we're going to take every peaceful action possible because this stuff does make us angry and we want to change it, right? And that's where I think that quote becomes more applicable, especially with the LGBTQIA people in this sphere. There's injustice happening to them, right? They're being unjustly demonized and suppressed basic human rights. And if we're just going to sit here and be like, well, we'll wait, right? We'll always make this an easy conversation. Then, I think Dr. King or people like him would be right to be really pissed off at us, right? Even if our language and our actions seem extremist. Does this make sense? What I'm trying to say? Do you catch my drift?
I think I understand you. Let me try to paraphrase, and then I'll give you my thoughts.
Yeah,
make
please.
sure I understand you.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what you're saying is like there are these really worthy causes, and we know that they're absolutely the right thing to do, and because we know they're the right things to do, that we should be really angry and really motivated to make change. And we might not be perfect with our words all the time. Sometimes we get a little passionate, but at least we're on the right side, I guess. Like, is that kind of what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I believe that's what I'm saying. And it's funny that as you express it that way, my mind is painting the picture of the conservative language that is used. It's the same thing. They're trying to stir up that anger that God is being challenged, that our holy scriptures and our Christian way of life is challenged. It's a war, right? And you could say that something like that could precipitate violence. Crusades. Um, you know what I'm saying? Like, and so, it's not necessarily just, a problem with, the atheosphere activism. No, of course not. Like, and part of me is like, well, it's not really a problem because, think about how, um, persons of color got equal rights and better and representation in this country, right? It was through as many aggressive and yet peaceful social pressures and moves through our culture to get there. And I think we need more of that.
Yeah. My take on it is like we have this thing that these individuals, whichever group you want to say,
Yeah.
think is true, and they really want that thing because of that truth. They want to have things done this way, push in this direction. The normative claim, basically, and they're really pissed off about it, so they push harder and harder and harder. I think the way I sometimes see it is rather than that that underlying truth claim always coming first. Sometimes it's that normative claim that's first, the anger, and they just kind of make assumptions about that underlying truth claim sometimes. And then they don't never revisit that. They never go back to that. And they're invested in this cause and they're pushing. And sometimes I think that's where that anger really gets in the way. Sometimes
Okay.
it's like you got to take a step back. You got to think about it sometimes. You got to revisit this stuff. You got to make sure you're actually going in the right direction. So that's kind of my take.
Okay. So for people who go back and watch Pierce's video after this, that was the most important clip right there. Right? What you just said and where we're having this discussion is when we're in a highly charged ideological circle, let's say even to by other people's standards, extremists and activists, right? Let's do check-ins and say, are we dogmatizing something, right? Or are our claims standing on something, some empirical claims, right? And or do we know that this provides more equity, peace, security, meeting people's like emotional and well-being needs, right? So that we can identify, yes, we are on the right path, and we should try to have methods that aren't causing real harm here. Who's in the private chat? Yeah, I know you're backstage. The power structures, they murder, kill, imprison, destroy democracy. But the minute a black guy shows up with a gun, see Robert Williams, who I will admire more than Martin Luther King. What was I going to say? Shit, I had another point. Fuck. And it just poofed out of my head. Oh, it was something I was going to say that I planned to say before this conversation. Not to like, not listen to you or something. Fuck. What was I going to say?
You gotta start writing stuff down, Niddy.
I did.
Oh.
I forget now. Damn it. I'm like so cognitively upset right now. Like I need the closure of knowing what that was, and now I don't have it.
Maybe I'll think of it in a few minutes.
So where do you think we are in this conversation? What do you feel like you've gotten a new understanding of where, people in, like, I'm just going to say it broadly, like in the Durante and my space where we're seeing things and maybe where you saw things? Like, do you think there's something that is like changing your mind or changing your perspective or?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think I've changed my position at all. I have heard what you've said,
Mm-hmm.
and I think I hear where you're coming from,
Mm-hmm.
and I think I've already digested that previously. It
Okay.
was refreshing hearing it in a more thoughtful way. So I do appreciate hearing it.
Cool. Well, good. Well, good. All right. Now I need to fucking remember what it was. Maybe it was related to a comment. God damn it. Buh. Watching Pierce's video, that was the most important clip. And we are in a highly charged circle, extremists or activists. Yeah, that's right. Are we dogmatizing something? Yeah, see,
Exactly.
and that's definitely something I want this whole conversation to basically be the takeaway. That goes for you, chat. Is, let's all work to not dogmatize, demonize, and check in. So,
Yeah.
it's what I'm doing in my bets to be an atheist. I want them to humanize me, right? And I'm going to dignify them.
I think an important point about demonizing is
Mhm.
if you're an activist, if you're trying to invoke change in this blue and green globe we live on, right? And in the minds and hearts of other people. If you're trying to invoke change, and if you're also simultaneously demonizing the people you disagree with, they're probably not going to change their mind. They're
That's right.
probably going to dig deeper into their echo chamber because
Mm-hmm.
once you demonize them,
Defenses
they're not
go
going
up.
to trust you. The defenses are up. They're going to get so far away from you, even if they don't physically move and they keep a conversation going with you, let's say. They're shut out. You've shut them out. You've closed that door. They're gone.
When I started listening to like Apologia or even Myth Vision most of the time, right? These were people who didn't call believers names. These were people who clearly communicated and understood my, Christian perspective, right? And they didn't call it stupid, right? They didn't, say that I was stuck in the dark ages or I'm reading a book by goat herders or something, right? They brought a lot of dignity and patience to the discussion, which, I think, though, there are times. Oh, this is what I wanted to say. It's going to be very difficult for people who, let's say, I express a view that I believe you are bigoted when you don't want queer people to marry. Now, some
Okay.
people are going to take that and say, you're impugning me as a person because of my belief, right? And that's going to just make them defensive, whatever, right?
Yeah.
And for a lot of people, right, they can't see themselves apart from those beliefs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's multiple factors that go into it, right? It's those beliefs have acceptance in a community, right, which also contributes to your identity, right? That they're safe. because you know what's expected of you. You understand that belief, and you're really holding on to it because maybe it's adjacent to some other belief that's really important, like your eternal destiny, right? I don't want trans people to have this because my God says this, and if I go against this, I go against my God. You know what I mean? There's a lot of reasons that the defenses can go up because it's so enmeshed in you as a person and a character that you're going to feel attacked. And Maya made this point very early on, that people can take pushback very poorly. And the reason I believe that that's there is because we as humans have a difficult time separating our sense of self from the things we think and the things we value. Right? Like, and
Yeah.
even what's funny is that Christianity asks you to do the same damn thing, right? It's like, hey, don't overvalue, right, the things of this world because you are something else, right?
Oh, yeah.
which I think is funny. Right. At any rate. So yeah, what is there something you look like you're ruminating a bit?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I agree with you. People definitely have beliefs that are attached to their identities. And when those beliefs are attached to those identities, it is difficult to talk to someone who might believe something differently, like the opposite, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's rough.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we should try to recognize that our beliefs, even our identities, are not us. I mean, they are a part of, like, they are a part of us, but they are not what makes us us, I guess.
They don't have to be.
Don't have to be, yeah.
Certainly, yeah.
So, and I don't know how to teach that, right? I don't
Right.
like. Are you familiar with Pine Creek Doug?
Oh my, be careful.
I know. He's very rash sometimes, but he has this thing.
Go on.
Be more dead inside, right?
Sure.
That's his thing. And I know that causes a lot of people. They're like, "Ugh," right? But I think that's exactly what I'm trying to describe. Maybe you were trying to say the same thing, like.
No, that's not what I wouldn't say that necessarily. Well,
Hold up,
no,
Niddy. Hold up,
I'm
Niddy.
not saying
Hold
that.
up.
I'm not. What?
What do you think I was trying to say with that? Just to make sure we're on the same page.
That you shouldn't be as emotional when talking with someone you disagree with or encountering an idea you disagree with.
Sorta. I don't know that I would necessarily use
Kip.
that word. I would say, like, if you're talking with someone who about a deeply held belief of yours, and they believe something of the opposite, I think it is something where you should hopefully be able to use a strategy to talk to them without feeling like they are attacking you or harming you. To have that conversation, stay in that conversation, hopefully have it be a productive conversation.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. Pine Creek uses that as a justification to let people slur. Or make the argument that words don't actually hurt people. Right?
Mm.
Which is antithetical to what you've said before in your own comments, right?
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying.
So to be clear, everyone in this community, in this chat right now, Doug is on record saying that if you don't like what so-and-so says about who you are as a trans person, be more dead inside, right? And that's, whoa, I believe that Pierce and I are just like, no, we're not talking about that kind of dead insideness. because that hurts
That's-
people. I think that definitely hurts people, and that's not okay. Like you shouldn't use that philosophy when it comes to things of that nature. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think so. Although I am struggling to understand the. I know you probably didn't directly quote him, but like word for
Maya
word.
will
I mean,
find clips for you
that's fine.
if she can
Um,
handle it
my
or wants to
takeaway
go through that.
from what you said was like if someone is saying something like that, just if you like don't interact with them, right? Kind of like a dirt off your shoulder type situation. Just move on with your life. Don't have that interaction anymore. Of course, that probably is good advice, but not exactly what we're talking about here. That's kind of a
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
Elliot says he has to go in 10 minutes. So, Elliot, welcome to the stage. What did you want to say? Hopefully, oh, damn it.
We
He
lost
said
him.
he had 10 minutes, and we've been talking a while, and I really hate that that happened. Yeah, that's funny. Okay, well, if anyone had, Michael Beverly said, I hope I'm not being too loud for my wife. That's what I wanted to say, but now I lost it again. I think a lot of our discussion here tonight actually has one big requirement. It's that in general, good faith interlocutors or good faith participants in society to some degree, right? And I think a lot of what's happening for the atheist activist sphere is that we don't believe that people are acting in good faith. And so that drives more anger. Okay, think about that for a little bit. Elliot, welcome back.
What's up, Elliot?
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Hear you
Yes.
now.
I was listening to African American gentleman.
Ooh, you're crackly wackly.
Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Yeah, I was listening to the African gentleman talking about getting involved in local politics, and I did a few years ago. The problem is you got this clique in a lot of these towns. They've been on the boards for 20 to 30 years, and it's hard to beat these people and get them out of office. I mean, the church was against the church was against me, and I wound up losing the election. But it's all about the name and who does who a favor. It's just in these small towns, it's hard to get a lot of these local politicians out of office because they do favors for people in the community behind other people's backs, and I didn't stand a chance.
So maybe that's to the thing I just said, right? That there's not really a good faith participation in that democratic in quotes process, right?
Yeah, I mean, I actually got out and knocked on doors, and my opponent didn't knock on one single door, and he still beat me. And it's all about name and recognition, and being corrupt. I don't trust any politician, to be honest with you.
Most of us don't either.
But anyway, I wanted to say that quickly. I got to get off of here, but
well, thank you.
I did notice, he was talking about getting involved, but especially when you start running for school board and you run for state senate and all, you got to have a lot of money and you got to invest a lot of time, and it's a whole lot harder than just saying it, So
Yeah, that is very true. That is very true.
Well, thanks for having me up, and y'all have.
Thank you so much, Elliot. That was a great thing you contributed. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
No problem.
All right.
Elliot.
Yeah, I mean, I think, my buddy Yulven L. Deuterino would also testify that um, getting a seat at the table is it's going to be an uphill battle, right? Especially in communities that are more insular and maybe they're an echo chamber, right? Because they have
Yeah,
dogmatic
probably.
beliefs that they don't, by and large, let people question, even if they're not all a part of the same exact faction, right?
Mhm.
So yeah, I think one of the things that I believe the line um, would emphasize is if you can't necessarily do it at the local level entirely, uh, at least make sure that your voice is out there and contribute and vote Democrat so they know they can spend money there. And also, if you can participate in the more macro level in a greater way, do that. So say for example, like you want to run for judge or like county school board where the names are more ambiguous or something. Try it that way rather than just your immediate school. If you feel like, no, okay, that's just not going to happen. But you get the idea. Um, who made a comment? Oh, by the way, the link is pinned. Now you guys we've got 30 minutes left in the show. If anyone does want to come up and agree or disagree. Um, yeah, I'm sorry. Um, oh, Michael Beverly. I wanted to bring up this comment. What did he say exactly? Okay. Yeah, they aren't going to change anyway. I'd be curious what Pierce would think of my latest series. I'm not agreeing with him at all. And I believe most of, this series is particularly addressing how um, impossible it is to have a good faith discussion with the other side, the theocratical end of the political spectrum that seems to be taking over the United States,
Mhm.
and how it's their position that the time for good faith discussion is over, right? And that, the other side, as it were, is not to be negotiated with. Like, we just have to win at this point.
I would challenge him to watch my video with Elliot. Actually, who we were just talking to. That might
Oh,
be a good
okay.
example of how you can have that conversation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. One of the things that maybe part of the success of Pelagia's more democratic approach, democratic, is that the word I want to use? No, that's not the word I want to use. Amicable approach, less controversial vote, like in terms of the nature of religious content is controversial in itself, but
Mm-hmm.
its presentation is what lowers the barrier of entry for someone like me or another Christian to engage with it more in better faith, right? And it is going to be like an uphill battle for channels like ours to get that exposure, because we've been focused a lot on the conversation, right, and not necessarily um being as overt with the controversial things, right? And maybe you should maybe craft some more shorts about your more. Yes, there's something I want to say about that. uh your more controversial conversations, right? Shorts do a YouTube prioritizes quantity over quality per se. And so take snippets of the more controversial moments of your conversations about trans rights, identities, political conversations you've had, and See if that drives some engagement to your channel, so people can participate in that conversation and disagree with you, right?
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that.
If you probably
That'd
have
be a
more
way.
time than I do to do that shit. I don't.
I don't have a lot of time either.
Oh, damn it. Well, you made a real video. I like almost never make real videos.
I did. That was a weird. That was a. My schedule was all different, so I had an opportunity, so I took it.
Well, it's the 20-minute call. Michael Beverly, are you sitting around? Do you want to disagree with Pierce? You get your ass on here. Quantity over quality. That's why my streams are so goddamn long. Yeah. Yeah. If you're not aware, Kip and I have done several hour shows called Budget Scripture Saturday. And I highly advise you go listen to our 2 hours of madness from last Saturday. It's a, I will, if my wife will take the baby, he's going and saying, oh, yeah, they have a newborn. They run over budget. No, we offer these for free. My PayPal link is in the description if you like this stuff. Pay for my now very expensive StreamYard. But anyway, enough shilling. Yes, cartoons, by the way, are so, you know, like how Family Guy can sometimes make like really controversial and religious jokes, but people don't really talk about it that much. I mean, sometimes they do, but not so much anymore, for sure. And even early on, right?
They can get away with it, is what you're saying.
And Flanders, right? From Simpsons, right? Here's why. Cartoons depersonalize it. Right? You're seeing it in an abstract, non-accusatory. It's somebody else that's taking the flack. Maybe on your behalf. Maybe it does offend you for a while, but then you're like, well, it wasn't really me. Right? And so when I was watching who was it? Non-Stamp Collector. Right? It's all cartoon. Right? But there's an engagement of the ideas that has less to do with me as a person and more about it's their little conversation about the hypocrisy and the inconsistencies and things like that. Oh, you know, or hey, that's actually kind of funny. Or Prophet of Zod's early cartoons were kind of like that. It's like, oh, it's a cartoon. Maybe this is cute. Oh, oh my gosh, this is controversial, right? But again, it's a cartoon, right? There's something about that that is more disarming. Yes. And Dark Matter 2020, 25, 25, right? Yeah. I'm sure you're familiar with those channels, right?
Not that one.
Oh my gosh. How are you not? Holy crap.
Never even heard of it.
You need to go watch some Dark Matter. Here, hold on.
Sounds interesting. Interesting name.
How have you been in? Well, they've been around. There you go. The link's in the chat. Here we go. And if anyone else hasn't watched Dark Matter, I mean, whew. Do you have anything else that's on your mind or came up while we were talking about this?
Not so much.
Okay.
Usually I have stuff to say, but yeah, not at the moment.
Legalized ranch. What does that even mean?
Legalized ranch. It is legal. Unless you put weed in it.
Depends
then
on
it might be illegal.
I'm curious to the people over at Pierce's chat. You know, what do you think about this conversation? I know my chat has had some choice words and things that they're thinking. But yeah, let us know what you've been thinking about this conversation. I hope you've liked the stream over at Pierce's channel. And if you are a subscriber of mine and you haven't been enjoying this, go scratch Pierce's back. Even dislike it. Engagement is engagement. Okay.
Everybody go over to Niddy's stream and just dislike.
Just dislike the shit out of
and
it.
just go crazy and be
Put
really
terrible
offensive
comments.
in his chat. Yeah. The more offensive the comment, the better.
Get us all banned. My titties have been fantastic. I'm aware we overlap shows, but go back and listen earlier. And please, if you are just joining, I'm serious. This conversation has been something that I've greatly enjoyed, and I hope this that people have been enjoying it. And if you've actively disagreed, keep posting in the chat and telling us why. We got 15 more minutes to engage this stuff. Hi, Kitty. I hope I didn't wake up my wife. Sounds like I did. I'm in trouble.
I probably woke up my wife. I've been talking really loud.
Yeah, samesies. She can sleep in.
2 days before. Wait, I have no idea. Actually, I'm not going to say.
Oh, she doesn't. She told me for Mother's Day that
that's what I was going to ask.
She doesn't want to cook. She wants to sleep in and doesn't want to cook. And I'm like, you got it. I want chocolate. It's Michael Beverly and the baby.
Hey, he's being good. If he starts screaming, just mute us down.
Yeah. Oh, Pierce, if you do want to duck, I can spend more time. But if you do want to duck after in the next 15 minutes or so, feel free. And I'll just
in 15 minutes I'm going to duck. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Michael.
Well, let me say what I think, and then maybe Pierce and I could talk later or do a show, or we can interact. That would be interesting. I was actually moved even more to the position. Well, it's only 9:46 here. I'm in Central Standard Time. He just woke up from a long nap. In talking to Jay, I was giving pushback on this too. Him and I have been arguing about this for like a year and a half. Me wanting to engage with apologists, me inviting apologists on my show, I've had plenty of interviews with guys, and then what happens? Either they'll block me or they'll tell me they're back channeling how I've lost my privilege because I'm angry and stuff. And the more I've interacted with them, the more I realize they're just hateful bigots. They're racist. They're misogynist. They worship. They're in a death cult. And so this narcissistic behavior they have, where they're special, they know the truth. When somebody has that confidence, then God's telling them they're right. There's just no conversation where you don't lose. And this is where Jay's been moving me. And the more I listen to him, and the more I listen to my own interactions, and the more I think back, there's the conversation is just, it's you being abused by somebody who doesn't care about reality, truth, or common sense or anything. And they'll gaslight you, they'll lie, they'll misrepresent you. It's just terrible. And yeah, I mean, there might be exceptions, but tell me who they are. It's just the same game over and over and over again. And what I've come to realize is, when people deconstruct, there's a reason, something triggers them. You brought up non-stamp collector. I have a video coming out with my difference in seeing non-stamp collector as a Christian versus Brandon, a mind shift, because he did a thing on how that led him to think and to take notes and to start deconstructing. I watched non-stamp collector, went completely over my head, and it touched me zero. It wasn't until later I got shook up through a crisis where I actually went and studied, and then it was I went to material at that point. So I think my disagreement with Pierce is that they're just not listening. You're not having a conversation with a fair interlocutor or somebody that has empathy or gives a fuck about you or the people you're fighting for, the people you're representing. They don't care. And so possibly They are in a death cult, though. That's the thing. So this is the thing. When we keep handling them with kid gloves and not calling out what they are in a death cult. They worship human sacrifice. They worship a God who sacrifices human beings, who used to sacrifice babies. When we're soft pedaling this discussion, we are doing a disservice to those in our community and to ourselves. We're harming ourselves. We're playing along with the lie and the deception. We're pretending like we're talking to a 4-year-old who still believes in Santa, and we don't want to hurt their feelings. And I just don't see the benefit of it. I mean, I did. I mean, I started off my channel wanting to do that. I mean, come on, look at how many streams I had with apologists.
You take issue with my "It's Best to Be an Atheist" series by default, then, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you I think you posted a comment the other day, or a community post about your kind of your personality in it and stuff.
Am I too goddamn moderate?
Yeah, you're too moderate. Yes, and so I'm not saying I don't like, say, Paulogia, for instance. I love Paulogia's content, but Paulogia also isn't lately, at least to my knowledge, engaging with. He's not engaging with
directly.
Yeah. So I've in doing research, I found clips. Like I just found a clip of Alex O'Connor and Mike Jones debating like 4 years ago, and Alex and Paulogia had Eric Manning on his show 4 or 5 years ago. So my point is, when you look at Paulogia's information now, or his videos, he's responding to issues, but he's not, at least as far as I know, not directly gauging. Maybe he is on other channels. What I'm saying is, in my experience, I have not found this to be helpful. The other side is not listening. They don't care.
Should we shut down the line?
Well, to be the line is entertainment. It's like watching porn. So I wouldn't want to shut it down. But it is what it is. I would not argue.
Well, you're saying it's doing us a disservice, right? Well, or unless you just think that like the more charged moments from the hosts are what we always need to be doing. Is that what you think?
I am not familiar enough with the line to really comment fairly, because I don't like that kind of content, so I don't watch it.
Fair enough.
So
modern day debate is like pure smut. But
yeah, so I watched the modern day debate with Krause and Mike Jones, because I do a lot of Mike Jones response, and it was completely worthless. I mean, it was fun to respond to. It's entertaining, but nothing was learned. Nothing was gained. You know, even Krause, before the quote debate started, looked over and said, "I don't even know why I agreed to this." Well, obviously he got paid, but he knows it's just a joke, right? It's a joke to talk to Mike Jones. Mike Jones is not listening. Mike Jones doesn't care. He's not a thinker. He's a pseudo intellect that preaches hate.
So, Michael, I don't think we're that far off. Like the old peers, the old, back in the day peers, probably what we would have disagreed a lot, right?
Yeah.
Like the other side isn't listening, right? I don't think anyone's listening, quite frankly. Like, honestly. But with that being said, we agree with that. They're not listening, right? What's the strategy forward? How do we proceed?
So the strategy forward, and I'm gonna correct something you just said. Don't say we're not listening. I was a Christian for 38 years. I've listened for most of my life. I've listened. They're the ones. What else? Yeah, I do, because I do response videos and I listen to it, and I still read stuff. Like, what is it? What else could I listen to? I could probably Poe a Christian as well as any Christian. I know the Bible as well as any average, probably better than most Christians. What is it that I'm not listening to? Our side has listened and listened and listened. Most of us came out of that. What else do you want us to listen to? I can steel man their position. I can steel man the resurrection. I can steel man Mike Lacona's side. I could steel man Lydia McGrew's side. I understand it. I could argue the Kalam, because I can argue against it. What else do you want us to listen to? I think the time of listening is done. What am I going to get out of it?
I'm going to go into old Pierce mode for a minute.
Yeah, no problem.
So I think what I would have said back in the day would have been like, if you're able to listen and understand, like, not necessarily what the overall conclusion is, not necessarily what the actual truth of the matter is, but if you actually listen to what that one particular individual, that one data point on the point of millions, and really understand their perspective and really dig into it and have them explain every little tiny detail, you might not get anything out of it. You might already know it, but you will know their position. But hopefully they will know themselves better and why they believe what they believe. And if they determine that it's a shitty reason, then they can adapt. They can change.
So maybe hold on a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think there's a difference between engaging the apologist and engaging their audience, or at least attempting it.
This was my argument too, Niddy. And what the pushback I got from Jay, which I'm still churning in my head, we recorded about this and we're still talking. This is a live conversation we're still having. His position is, no, even the guys in the pew tend to be narcissistic and impervious to arguments. And that was me. Like, the thing is, I know, like, when I said I watched Non-STEM Collector and didn't even think for 1 second to go look at any of the contradictions. I didn't think for 1 second to give the other side the benefit that they might have anything positive to say. Because when you know 100% the other side is influenced by Satan, and if you read the Old Testament, it tells you if somebody tries to draw you away from God, you're to kill them. So that, I mean, I'm not saying modern day people want to kill you necessarily, but the attitude is there. They're more likely to be going back to their prayer closet and praying for your healing and recovery. So in arguing this out and hashing this out with Jay, I've come to the conclusion that when people are ready to hear something, they will go to Apologia's channel and they will listen, and when they're ready, so having the conversation with them. Yeah, exactly. How many times are we going to have that conversation about slavery? But when somebody's ready for whatever their personality clicks, that they are on that little path to deconstruction, all the materials out there, they'll go listen to the response videos where you're just covering the data. They will go listen to whether it's Apologia or anybody else and say, oh, and then go look for themselves. Because, I mean, who really deconstructs without going and showing themselves through their own research and their own looking, right? Their own reading. And then the light bulb starts coming on. And for some of us, it was fast. For me, it happened in a few months. For other people, it happens over the course of a few years.
So Maya says that makes no sense. We have a small percentage of natal atheists in the community. That means we were all in the pews at one point. People don't change in a conversation. They have to hear something a few times before they'll think about looking for more. Once they start to think, we've got them. But we have to plant those seeds. So it seems like maybe Maya's got some more of my bend, where sure, like, and there are times where I'm on here and I'm like, Apologist X, you're lying, right? You know better, right? Or like, we know this argument's bad. Why are you still using it? Or this take is hateful and bigoted. Why are you doing that? But hopefully, by not, demonizing and slurring and making fun of, the person I'm critiquing, something gets pulled out of, my my take on their idea. right? Or people go listen to my It's Best to Be an Atheist, and they hopefully see that, right? And that part of the dialogue is interacting with the audience, even though we might know the apologist is lying, right? And we don't have to give them quarter. We don't have to give the politician and the bad faith interlocutors that are essentially like hurting the masses, right? That aren't on the side, right? That they're driving the society in a particular direction. We don't have to give them the edge, right? It's because the people at large are enabling those people at the top, right? And so I think it is hard and long and not easy work, but like I think like yeah, see, Maya's on my side, and that's why I said that to you, Michael. It's that there's some kind of way to, and you know what, I will give you this. You're definitely going to be right about a good percentage of their audience, that these are people that are not questioning their beliefs. They do hold to a strong dogma, and it is their identity. And you know what? They're there to win. They're there to own you. They're there to, or they're participating in the conversation for some goal that isn't to actually listen, right? And that is what it is. And maybe there is no negotiation with that, right? Because again, like I think I said this earlier, a lot of this discussion does revolve around having decent faith interlocutors, right? And you're probably going to say, well, the apologists aren't that. And I'll be like, uh-huh. Right? Like there's going to be no disagreement.
This is my
there.
viewpoint. He's got it.
Oh God. Yeah.
It's terrible. Okay, so I'm gonna check out of here because he's getting crazy.
Yeah.
But I just want to say one thing about like I hear what Maya's saying and I hear what you're saying. So in the current series that I have, by the way, I tried to get Maya to come on it too. I reached out to a lot of people. I got 9 people. So obviously it's a self-selected 9 people that I interviewed. Of those 9, 8 people agreed with me on my rhetoric. And one person who I saved for the last interview disagreed. And what he said was, don't call Mike Jones a racist because you don't know his heart. Say he's enabling racism. So he says, like, I don't disagree with you in spirit. It's just when you say you're a racist and a bigot, you don't know his heart. Now, I disagree with that still. Like, I think Mike Jones is a racist. Sorry. And I'm going to say it. But I did take to heart what opinion, yeah. I did take to heart what he said to me. This was a creator named Triboulet. And
okay.
Yeah, I did take to heart. Like, so that interview is included in there. And I'm more than willing to hear feedback. And I'm not saying, oh, I'm not going to talk to any Christians. I'm just going to say I'm not soft pedaling this anymore. If it's like when I did that thing with Chris Date, who came on there and said,
oh goodness,
slavery's okay sometimes. No, okay, you say that, you're a racist and a bigot and you're a hateful person. I'm not holding back. So, yeah, I mean, the Christians on YouTube are not typical pew seating. Yes,
yeah,
this is true. This is true. We are dealing with a different breed, and I do agree. There's value in the audience for these interactions, and I guess my position is, the value that I want to provide is those people that need to hear that angry voice and the rhetoric of calling it for how I see it. And that's how I see it. I think if you put yourself in that position, you're being a bigot. And then there's all kinds of bigotry underneath that, that they tend to be more than one. But I say, if that's what I see, that's what I'm going to call out. And if people don't want to talk to me about it, fine. I'll continue to do my videos and people will continue to listen or not listen. And the Christians that I was playing nicety nice with, the minute you say something they don't like, done. and I've had this happen too many times to think it's coincidence. So, anyways, that's my story.
Michael Beverly's link.
Hi,
Yeah.
Hi,
Let me go
everybody.
get that. Or chat if you can get to Michael Beverly's channel faster than I can.
Anyways, thanks, Niddy. I appreciate
yeah,
getting a chance
yeah.
to stream. It's kind of hard
Oh.
with the little monster, but I
Oh,
appreciate
I appreciate you coming on here.
Pierce, nice to meet you. Maybe we
Nice
can
to meet
talk
you.
some more if you're into it. I'm happy to
Yeah.
dialogue. Bye bye,
Yeah.
everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do want to address someone in your chat. Ephesus. I don't know what you believe, why you believe it, whatever. You know, for the purposes of this discussion, it's whatever. So people are motivated to deconvert Christians for a couple reasons. One is that they believe that people are holding okay, cool. They believe people are holding harmful or are enabling others to have harmful beliefs. They see that well, they want to help people address the fact that they're probably holding on to these beliefs for bad reasons. Some types of Christianity are in themselves problematic, and so they're trying to slow or stop that. And yeah, or like their positions, because they defer to divine authority, their positions cause other harms like women's reproductive rights and things like that. So that's a lot of the motivation to see people leave Christianity, because if that fundamental belief system is let go, then the grounding and the associated beliefs lose their basis and authority in their life, because they're not deferred to a divine authority to tell them X, Y, or Z is how you ought to live and things like that. If that makes sense.
Can I make sure I understand that last part?
Yeah.
The last part, there's like no authority, right? There's like the reason that they originally had, they don't have anymore.
Yes.
So it kind of they go back to like a neutral standpoint until they kind of make their mind up at another time.
Gradually. I'm
Okay.
not saying like, oh, I'm like,
yeah, it's usually not a snap thing. Yeah.
No, right? Like,
okay.
and that definitely applied to myself, right? I actually have one of my parents is trans, and I had a very difficult time acknowledging them as the person they are because of my Christian beliefs. And it took me a long time and personal, reevaluation to say, well, no, this is who they are. She needs my love, dignity, and respect that I haven't been giving them all these years as a believer. So, yeah, it is what it is. So, yeah, if you have to go, I might keep the show going for a little bit. I don't want to keep you if you want to go. So,
yeah, I'm gonna check out. I want to thank you, Niddy, for the opportunity. This was good. I like this. I haven't streamed in a very long time.
Oh, thanks for coming on, then.
And yeah, I like it. I like this. This was good. This was
cool.
Nice.
Sweet. Glad to have you.
Bye, Niddy's chat. Bye, my chat.
Yeah.
Go and get some sleep. It's getting late.
Yeah. See ya. Yeah, so I love you guys so much. A lot of you have hung on from the beginning. It's been pretty awesome. Let's see. There was something else. I was in a Christian cult, LLDM. Wow, I don't even know what that is. I still have friends and family in it. My experience is that trying to deconvert them is naive, and it makes things worse. Yes, Kip loves hockey. He's pure Canadian blood. So there you go. That's a connection to have, right? Yeah, if anyone has heard something they disagree with or they want to engage me on, feel free to click the link. I'm more than happy to discuss pretty much anything now. It doesn't have to be directly related to social change rhetoric and echo chambers. I'll talk to you about why I'm an atheist, what it was like for me to be a Christian, if I'm wearing pants. Come on, I'll go for a little bit more. Because I can stream forever, apparently. Um, well, thank you. I'm so grateful that you've been here, and you stuck through a ton of it. I hope it's been a good listen while you're playing Dune or or WoW or whatever it is you've been doing. So I have a stream coming up, and I guess it is going to tie in to a bit of what we've been talking about beliefs. And I called it you're in a cult when, or something like that. And it's related to some of the this new religious movement that's happening with a new pope or whatever. And I'm probably going to cover a lot about this guy, the Mahdi, who is declaring himself the new pope, and he's getting like 1,000 subs a day. So that's kind of alarming, right? And there's these like conversion testimonies that are getting posted over and over and over in their YouTube shorts. And here's what I'm seeing, and what I'm going to talk about is a little preview. On Sunday, it's going to be a Niddy church. I'm seeing direct mirrors to how Christianity started. And I'm going to hold by that big time. Big time. There are so many echoes, similarities, memes, whatever, to what this guy is doing, what his followers are saying, the manifesto that's been written looks a hell of a lot like Christianity. Looks a hell of a lot like Christianity. And it's wild. It's absolutely wild. I tried reporting one of their videos to YouTube because one of the passages that they cite as proof that they are God's messenger is that their followers will subjugate the world through violence. And no joke. Here, you know what? Fuck it. Let's and maybe this is kind of related to how people have changed their minds. I have like a going theory as to how this movement is getting to where it's getting to. But I don't know how much water it holds. Here we go. This is a man that's saying it's proven that he is literally God's messenger on earth. All right, I'll actually read this to you because my playback speed might be all fucked. Yeah, there you go. Okay, proof number 16 that Abba al-Sadiq is the Mahdi. The physical description of the companions of the Mahdi in many of the narrations is identical to that of the companions of Abba al-Sadiq. This is the passage. And from the commander of the faithful, peace be upon him, it is narrated that he said from the pulpit of Kufa, quote, there must be a grinding mill that turns, and when it stabilizes on its axis and is fixed upon its base, God will send over it a harsh servant, obscure in origin. Victory will be with him. His companions will be long-haired with beards, wearing black garments, carrying black banners like ISIS. Woe to those, here's the important part that I want you all to report to YouTube. Woe to those who oppose them. They will be killed mercilessly by Allah. It is as if I am looking at them and at their actions. So let's be clear. He's saying his companions will look like him, which they do because he enforces a dress code. And then the people who oppose them, his followers, will be killed mercilessly. I don't know how that's a clearer call to violence than anything I have ever seen on YouTube. And the video's still there. It completely destroys terms of service. And this is the shit that I will get fucking upset about, is that this person is purposely trying to, first of all, they're purposely trying to fulfill this prophecy, right? Because what have they done? Well, they've enforced a black dress code upon all their followers. Woo, really surprising, right? And then they're going to just stand up there and say, look, I've socially engineered everyone to wear these same damn clothes. And guess what? We're all going to violently kill you if you oppress us. How is that not terrorism on YouTube? I'll never get monetized. Explain to me how that's in terms of service. Ever. Now, that man is someone who is harming people. My going theory about people joining this movement is this. They've held beliefs adjacent to this movement. If you look at the language that the Mahdi uses, he's co-opting the religious language from these diverse traditions of Christianity, Islam, Judaism, right? And people's relationship to those adjacent beliefs is cultural, right? But here comes someone who's taking a strong stance, and they're blending this these beliefs into this message of hope and salvation and a direction for society, and with a confidence that they can get behind. And what's also interesting is that video is there, but a lot of the public language that this guy uses is, oh, we're a community of peace. We're something new and radical and transformative that is so good for the world. And then they post that. I mean, I'm going to imagine and give a lot of the followers the benefit of the doubt that, much like Scientology or much like the Mother God Church or whatever, they're in the induction phase, right? Where they're being introduced to and pulled in to a movement where they do share these adjacent or amicable beliefs to their beliefs. So they're like, okay, yeah, I can step into this. I can identify with this, sure. But then there's these more problematic and violent and oppositional and cult-like beliefs underneath that, or that will come along with that the longer they spend in that movement, right? Like, someone doesn't believe in thetans for Scientology like the day they sign up, right? They take their e-meter test or whatever, and they're like, oh yeah, this has a lot of resonance to how I live and what I think. Interesting. It feels like something I can understand. And then they, invest their time and money in it, and they become more convinced of it. And what do you know? They start believing in thetans and that there were aliens in a volcano. And this is what I think is going to, or is possible with this group. And I want to deconvert people from that as soon as possible. So, yeah. One of the most hilarious things, by the way, let's see if I can find that shit. No, you know what? I'm going to save it for Sunday. One of the miracle claims will just crack you up. No spoilers. No spoilers. Yes, and I'm going to talk about this guy a lot on my channel because maybe it'll drive some engagement. Maybe one of their followers will come over here just through the algorithmic's dirty marriage of hashtagging and @ signs. Hi, kitty cat. Too bad this cat doesn't like it when I pick her up. I would totally put her on stream. She's bugging me for attention. Hang on. Come here, you big fat. Come here. Carrot. Get over. God damn it. It's not happening, gang. I'm sorry, it's just not. I know everyone loves cats. Oh, I could use my phone camera as a backup, but now I don't know where I put it. Oh God. Yeah, what do you guys think? Have you guys heard of the Madhi? I hate giving that person too much traffic. You know what? Look him up, but from a periphery, so you don't have to drive traffic there. You were hey man, you post your hockey stick dogma as much as you want. You missed a 2-hour conversation about how we are all in a terrible echo chamber and there's no hope for us whatsoever. No, you know what? I'm glad that a good portion of you chat was really engaged with that discussion and in your agreements and disagreements. Nothing but cults and angry mobs. Yeah, aren't cults just like the more advanced, evolved form of an echo chamber, right? Because it's not, it stops being merely ideological for like a sense of identity and belonging. It becomes like essentially their way of life to a degree where to they can't see themselves apart from that way of life anymore. I mean, there are some former Jehovah's Witness people that come around here. I'm not sure if any are in my chat right now, but there's some really good Jehovah's Witness content that you could probably find through my channel, or ex-Jehovah's Witness content. Oh, yeah. I think Telltale Atheist was Jehovah's Witness, right? Yeah, that sounds right. Oh my God, I'm blanking on his name. But Telltale Atheist, go over there. He's covered some wacky political Christian prophets. And oh, what was I saying? Owen. Yes, thank you. Yeah, Owen over at Telltale Atheist. He's covered things like Paula White and Kat Kerr, like absolutely insane people who are like Trump's God's anointed one. I am curious to see never trusted a place without windows or people that communicate family because of a divorce. Yeah, and again, that has to do with the coalescence of those ideas and the way of life. So it's, like I said, it's an evolved echo chamber. You know, one time I was biking it was not long after I didn't identify as a Christian anymore. But I never like respected Jehovah's Witness people at that point. And yeah. And I was biking, and I biked past some Jehovah's Witness with their like pamphlets and whatnot. And I said, "You're in a cult." And then I reflected on it as I biked back towards them and said to myself, "That's not how I want to handle this." So I went back and I apologized. And then I got to talking to them. I took their pamphlet, of course, and converted the next day. No, I God damn it, Kenny. I talked to them and I said, do you think you could be wrong? Do you think you could be wrong? And then they said no. And I was like, well, could you think of anything you could learn that would lower your confidence that your faith is true? And they sat there for a while. Nothing. Not a thing. Now, isn't there a famous quote like the unexamined life is one that's not worth living? And that's a direct reflection of that, right? That there's a deeply held belief that's never been examined. And like it's infallible, right? It's so definitive to them that even the thought of a confidence being lowered in it is just absurd, right? Yeah, always means you think I could be right. That is they can't be honest about that with a witness standing next to him. Yeah, that does hold a lot of water. I think I heard somewhere someone say that if you're dealing with Mormon missionaries, the person who's more likely to listen is the trainee, not the trainer, or the disciple of the disciple. We have to think about the ethics of trying to deconvert people. Or friend almost committed suicide after leaving this cult. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. So he went back and is now good. I can't take that away from him. Wow. That's really hard. It really is. This is why people, if you're not, engaged in a lot of this content emphasis, this is why people have a really strong desire to set up secular organizations and systems to meet those needs, to be readily available to people, so that that kind of thing is less likely to happen, or we have adequate resources to address those kinds of things, so that as so we can prevent that. But it's really hard because for your cult situation, could I imagine that there weren't really too many other major social circles to be involved in the first place, right? And so that's the largest, strongest thing in town to affiliate with. I don't want to make any, broad assumptions or whatever. You can always come on and correct me too. I really appreciate that. And if that's, triggering or something, like, you could say, "Hey, I'm done talking about this for now," and we can move on. Um oh shit, there was something I was gonna say about that. Fuck. Oh yeah, there's things like the Secular Therapy Project that are out there. I used that as like a jumping pad to find a therapist for a little while. because they had listed secular counseling services in my area. So I was able to find something that didn't orient me back toward Christianity, purposefully orient me back to Christianity. And that's not to say that when I met and talked with them, they said they had lots of believing clients too, but it's not their job to deconvert them or necessarily dismantle their religious worldview or thinking. Well, of course, unless that is some kind of direct contributor to their distress. I can try to support my friend, but how can we actually support strangers on the internet who we're trying to deconvert? Like, actually be there for them. Like, I could be there with my friend. Yeah, we can't. Yeah, that is a good point. For me, I did lose a lot of community. I've lost friends to an extent. My parasocial connections through YouTube, Discord, have been inadequate replacement for me. Was that overnight? No. Could I have used some more immediate direct support from other people? Sure. Maybe I wouldn't be on YouTube if I had that. Again, I think it is going to be about developing those resources, starting our own non-religious groups and so not associations, but resources, getting resources out there. Again, they're not going to be as holistic of a replacement. So there is that. Oh, I guess I'm going to keep going. Fuck it. Just stream until I have 20 likes. Let's do that. I'm at like 13 or something. Fix it. Fix it, chat. What works have felt safe to you at that time? Do you mean like what would have felt safe to you at the time? Can you rephrase that question and I'll answer it? Fix the word strength. Oh, because is it supposed to be street? Yeah, I'll fix the description later. Just don't put a comment in the video, so I'll fix it later. Thank you so much. You stuck around for the better part of 2 hours. I can't ask for more than that. I find it honorable you think about how to replace tools taken. It shows great heart. Yeah, that is very important. I know that when people call into the line and other non-believing call-in shows, good hosts will acknowledge how hard it is to deconstruct or go through that process, and how important it will be for them to find some kind of like community replacement, right? Do you have any like really strong hobbies? Do you have places online that you are engaged in where you can be engaged more? Do you have some personal interests you can really dive into if they seem fruitful that you couldn't necessarily pursue while you were as involved in your religious affiliation, if that's a thing for them. And yeah, secular therapy project is something that's out there. Recovering from a religion is another one. Upon coming out of Christianity, what kind of social connection would have felt safe for you? One of the people that I did have in my life was a former Christian from the same group, which felt incredibly safe because we went through, yeah, well, I know for myself and other people here that That's amazing. Keep doing that. And recently I've actually reconnected with some other people who've left the church, and that's been really positive. B.S. Lewis, you should be on the stage. I don't see you for some reason.
Oh,
Hey. Oh, you're only on audio for some reason?
I don't know. It's probably because you're full screen.
No, hang on. What the fuck? No, it says you only connected with audio for some reason.
Well, you don't need to see me. I don't show my face anyway.
Disembodied voice.
It's fine. I'm God. I'm here to talk to you, Niddy. I'm communicating with you beyond the pale.
Miss Non Sequitur says, yep. I was never really a true believer, and deconstruction was still super hard. Yeah. There is the Daily Atheist morning show Discord too, which has like game shows and trivia nights and other things, right? So there is that. And the parasocial, we call it parasocial relationships, right? Because you're never really going to meet me in person unless you're really lucky and you think I'm that sexy or something, or you're near Ohio.
Are you going to the art protest? You're
I'll get to that in a second. Yeah, I'll get to that in a second. And so I think it's really important to find creators that speak to you very personally. That's something I pride myself on, is that I want to acknowledge people here, listen, believers, non-believers, whatever, and have that connection and not be, the superficial 100,000 subscriber, generic message to my patrons kind of shit. Like, this is my hobby, but I love the people that come here, and I know people really respect me and are giving me their time. And I want to give that back. Yeah, she's pretty fun. Casey Malone. Yeah. Okay, so the Ark Encounter protest. So I have a couple of personal circumstances which prevent me from doing that. But I would love to be there, and I'm certainly going to donate for it. Which I need to go check with. Oh my God, Kentucky Atheists on what I can do to financially support it. You're on mute.
Oh, I thought you were addressing this. It's hard because I'm not used to not seeing myself, even if it's a picture. So, I'm the internet drama queen in me is kind of interested now that Ken Hovind has thrown his hat into the ring there. Like, I'm
is he gonna go?
From what I hear, him and maybe the Proverbs guys and some other people have been talking about it.
Boy.
So it looks like a rumble in the jungle type of thing shaping up. I hope they live stream it, because
they're going to go toe to toe with some of the, heavy hitting atheists that we got around here.
Yeah, because Aaron Raw's going to be Aaron Raw's going to be there, and
Aaron Raw's going to be there.
I know him and Ken have already butted heads a number of times.
Well, I'm just here to help give a believer's perspective on what's going on here at the Ark. All right. Oh, wait, because there might be some new people in the audience. So if you don't know what the fuck we're talking about, there's the Christian Noah's Ark Museum attraction. That is in Kentucky, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in Kentucky. And, non-believers are going to go there and do a organized protest about the anti-science fundamentalist Christian stuff that's associated with. And Kent Hovind is a young earth creationist in this space that's debated with a lot of non-believing content creators. And he's got a lot to say. He's here to help.
Yeah. Oh, I can't do a good Kent, but maybe we'll even entice Ken Ham out of his little hidey hole, and then we'll have a Ken Ham, Ken Hovind, all the atheist showdown. That'd be freaking epic.
Yeah, I can't do Kent, Kip. I'm sorry. Everyone knows that I will imperfectly impersonate or impressions until you find a good one for me. But
Yeah, Bowen's got it on lock. I don't know if there's a
God.
better Kent than Bowen.
Yeah. Oh, fun. Nancy will be there. And Arctic Fox, welcome here finally. Okay. So you had a long stream or longer, right? While I was
Yeah.
streaming.
Don't worry, I don't think I stole anybody from me. I had like maybe 10 people at max. We followed the drama that's continuing. I don't know if it's over already, but the developed between Dan McClellan and Inspiring Philosophy about if Jesus is God or if he said he's God or whatever it is.
Right. Yeah. And that's a video. That's a version of Christianity that I could be much more sympathetic to. That just forget this Trinity shit, right? Just go with Philo of Alexandria, and the springboarding from there that became the Christian movement, right? That someone bore a divine name and then performed all the things. Look at that. Got rid of all kinds of logical problems.
If I was an advocate, for Christianity, I'm trying to be like their marketing PR guy. Or drop the Trinity, drop the hypostatic union. The product gets much easier to sell to folks.
Oh yeah. And you get a lot less cognitive dissonance from the philosophical mess that is that thing.
Yeah, because in my stream I was doing, I kept pointing out points when Mike Jones would bring up a point that he thought illustrated that was a plus for his side, and it would just actually, if you think about it for 2 seconds, would turn around and actually strengthen Dan's side. Yeah,
I know. I was listening and I'm like, wait a minute, that is
and just asserting the Trinity and Jesus is God, like you're gonna have to have something to back it up, something to justify it, and since you're already going against logic, justification is it's not a process that's even possible at that point because that's a logical process.
You know what is blowing my mind right now? That these like ancient Christian men couldn't just say this to themselves. Well, God could sacrifice anything on my behalf because he makes the rules.
Yeah, as easy as that.
He could have
right?
sacrificed a piece of cheese. Like, they're done, right? Just state something coherent and say, well, this is what we have because God made the rules, right? And you could have just got rid of all this, like, oh, what's a hypostasis and what's homoousia, and like, no, like, look, the whole covenantal code, right, is about perform X sacrifice for this blessing or in place of or to atone for this sin. And who says, like, why the dove? Who says why the goat? Who says why the sheep? I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Why? Because Yahweh made the rules. Like,
it's the equivalent of a pagan rain dance. Do X, get Y. And so why did it become a rain dance that had to encourage the rain? Who knows? But one of the things
how
that
it works.
Yeah, that's it. But one of the things he kept saying is that Jesus is authorized from eternity past because he's trying to explain how it says
Mark
Paul
chapter
says,
2.
Yeah, but Paul says that he achieved the name above every other names. And it's like, well, you can't achieve the name above every names if you already had that name. And he kept saying he's authorized from eternity past. And I said, well, you're inspiring philosophy. You made your bread on philosophical arguments. You should know the ontological argument. The maximally great being. The maximally great being has no authorizer above him, or that would be the maximally great being. So it's to say that Jesus was authorized at all, whether it's eternity past or once he incarnated on
Oh
earth,
yeah, that's not
you're still like,
maximally great.
you're acknowledging that he's not the maximally great being according to the ontological argument. You're proving Dan's point.
Oh, that's hilarious.
And they don't see it. They use these tools when it benefits them, and then they ignore these tools.
Yeah.
Did you see Shaken Fist video today?
No, I haven't.
He got a Christian to flip mid-sentence that, first of all, he's saying, "Oh, you're ridiculous, Zach, for thinking that the World War II Germany people were Christians." And then once he realized that actually reinforced the point he was trying to make, he flipped and he said, "Well, they were better than the Japanese in World War II because they were from a Christian nation." And I was like, no, he didn't. It was crazy to watch, like, mid-sentence, real time. I couldn't believe it.
Bonkers. Yeah, I learned not too long ago that the majority of Germany were self-identifying Christians.
90% plus, yes.
Yeah, and it's like, well, they ostensibly were okay with the rise of the Reich. And these were self-identifying Christians. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't, the battlefield part doesn't matter. Wearing the suit, the uniform doesn't matter to me now. It's that the Reich was enabled by the majority. And who were that majority? Self-identifying Christians.
Exactly.
So don't give me this shit. Oh, look at what a secular and evil nation does. I'm sorry. Who enabled it in the first place? They had secularization, but that didn't necessarily get rid of the self-identification, right? To say that they were Christian, right? Meaning that they were okay with certain things like being legal, right? But by and large, like, yeah, sure, they had an LGBTQIA community up until, post World War One, not long after World War One, when more and more conservative Christian rhetoric was oppressing it, right? The earlier Nazi propaganda was adjacent to Christian. It leveraged Christian rhetoric and imagery.
Yeah, we can't forget either that Martin Luther was a German monk. And so he was one of the main propagandists that they employed, because he has books like, I forgot the name of it, like The Jews and Their Lies or whatever the book is he wrote. And a lot of the propaganda they pulled, religious propaganda, was from him, who was a German monk. The point,
yes, so like us, Greg, yes, it's being co-opted for fascism, certainly.
Yeah, the point is, like, people get focused on the religion of the big guy, the big H, the mustache man. They're like, well, it's shrouded in obscurity whether he was an occultist or a Christian follower or a Catholic or whatever. It's like, that's not actually the point. The point is the army was 90% plus Christian.
Right. Even if that means like cultural, but still then that still makes them a theist, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you think that people didn't find crosses and Bibles on the battlefields in the pockets of those soldiers? Come on now.
On the uniforms?
God yeah.
Yeah. And Zach from the Shaken Fist also made a point that Virgin Mary is in some of their flags or something like that. I don't remember exactly what she was on, but the iconography is in there.
Kip says, I've spent time at the theological faculty of the University of Tübingen. Is that pretty close? And you can still find books in the library that were stamped with swastikas back in the 30s. Yes. Yeah. Which the secularization is being, peeled back further and further is heavily right-leaning Christians are engaged in the system, or rather, let's put it more frankly, people enabled by right-leaning Christians. But yeah, it's close to Munich. Yeah. Yeah, see? Yeah, it's true. So do you want in on what we talked about earlier?
Yeah, give me the summary, cliff notes.
So I had a guest on, his name is Pierce. And we talked about a video he made about Durante Lamar. Are you familiar with Durante?
Yep.
Okay. And this whole stream and Pierce's video, to give all charity, is not a hit piece on Durante, but it's like a case study on the atheist community having echo chambers and how much we say we hate an echo chamber when we may have created one ourselves. And we talked a lot about that. We defined like an echo chamber. I said an echo chamber is one at which it's a group of individuals who hold a particular belief or set of beliefs that are dogmatic and are unable to be challenged.
I agree with that to a certain extent, but you're not going
Yeah.
to find any community that doesn't echo your
Well-
personal beliefs, because you wouldn't be hanging out
True.
with them. I don't like
Yeah.
the echo chamber accusation. Everything comes in spectrums and degrees. There's a difference between hanging out with your friends and being in a cult, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that main difference is being able to question your friends. If I say something stupid, do you feel comfortable enough to call me out on it? And can we still maintain friendship afterwards? Like fellowship, as the Christians might say. So,
Yes.
so
Yes.
I think that is a healthy part of the atheist, quote unquote, echo chamber, because I have seen quite a few hit pieces from atheists on atheists. Whether or not they maintain friendships afterwards is a different story, but I think it's healthy that we don't have a centralized leader figure.
Oh,
that would
certainly not. No.
that would separate us from cults. Like they all have Jesus, or they all have Muhammad, or they all have Moses for the Jews, I guess would be the closest link.
Or a
And they all say,
Mahdi.
yeah, and they all say that those people are backed by God. We
Yeah.
don't have a central figure, and that's why the Christians constantly fail in trying to put us all under Dawkins or whatever.
Right. I was just about to say that. Richard Dawkins.
Yeah, or Darwin, Dawkins or Darwin. Those are
Yeah.
the two. Like
Bart Ehrman.
Yeah, Bart
Like-
Ehrman's achieving that status. He's definitely one of the new Force Horsemen. That's sure. If you could name a modern day Four Horsemen, like who would you put in that group?
Well, the problem here is the broader cultural reach and understanding, right? Because even it, like, I'm gonna just, I believe that the people that we think are these like high prominent atheist figures, right? Are not very culturally widespread. Now, Alex O'Connor
He's in my Four Horsemen. Yep.
is definitely
Bart
getting
Ehrman's
up
my
there.
second. I got Bart and I
Well-
got Alex in my spots.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Other
right.
than that, I don't know who rounds out my other two. I'd probably pick somebody silly like Sir Sig, but he's not influential enough.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, so like a believing household name, right? And like in a church, right, is Dawkins, is Hitchens. Well, barely now, but certainly Ehrman too.
To be fair, Dennett never made a dent like in the popular things. So he's like,
He never made a
it's-
dent.
It didn't. It's Harris and it's Hitchens and it's Dawkins and it's that other guy. You know, so we could have one lesser named horseman in our four if we want to, but Paula G
Yeah.
is probably raising to that level for me too. He might, if we had to name a modern day 4, he's probably getting close up there for me. That
I
he would
like
be.
Kip's statement here. There are no horsemen. I think the atheist community grew out of that.
No, that's not funny, and it doesn't like have marketing value. We need to have marketing value, guy. What's up? You sell
Kip.
books, you know what's up.
Kip, you need to get on more television shows and documentaries, and then you can be the hockey stick to bludgeon the Christian community and their traditional scriptural views. Maybe Dan will get there, even though he's Mormon, right?
He
Because
doesn't-
did you know?
Mormon and the 4 Horsemen of the Atheists?
But his book is actually number 7 on the New York Times
yeah.
bestseller list.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
You should highlight Sandals. I like his, but you can't pull people from like the ancient past to be in the modern 4 Horsemen, like and Yahweh and Spider-Man. Voltaire is an all-time hero, of course, but
Oh my god,
he's a legend. He's not a modern day horseman material.
I keep trying to get Kip to debate people, but he hates upsetting people. Yeah, Kip, it's not much of a debate if you were apologizing every 4 minutes, whatever.
Yeah, Kip, you can't go around with the moniker Dr. Kill and then not be aggressive. People are gonna be like, oh, he's all bark and no bite. You got to go out there like yelling at people.
Oh man, but yeah, I think Pierce and I also talked about how to use anger constructively in a movement, right? Instead of like being angry and that being your sole motivation or your uh-oh. Did my shit get packed in?
No, you're good now. It was your screen for a second. You're fine.
Oh. Just being like anger is like a sole motivation, right? Whether or not that's good. And I think we all agree that no, that's not great.
All emotions are motivators. I'm a firm believer that emotions go first and logic follows second. I know that's not how we'd like to think about it and how we wish it was, but without the emotions, you don't have the motivations, and you just be sitting in a armchair smoking a cigar doing philosophy all day long. You're not going to get out and act on it. Anger, but also on the same sense, I'm stoic in my outlook that I think that emotions need to be kept in check. They're useful for motivations, but left unchecked, that they will take over your logic. You let anger blind you. It's called a blind rage for a reason, but anger at the same point will motivate you to get up and actually do the work. Staying in a long term, probably not good for your health, high anxiety and heart rates and stuff, but
Cut 5 years off my life becoming an activist. Shit.
I don't think we're creatures of one pure emotion. Like when we label these as, hey, I'm just an angry guy. No, because you feel sadness, you feel joy, you feel all the different things, and they motivate you in different ways. Like sadness sucks too, but sadness is actually a good motivator for self-reflection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Me and Maya, we're simpatico here. It's the logical part is the strategy part. You let the emotions motivate you. I'm not going to sit there and say, I don't even know if I'm out of my angry atheist phase. It's been years, and I'm sit there watching my content. People go subscribe.
No, seriously, yeah, go subscribe to D.S. Lewis.
If you don't think
he does radical cartoons.
Yeah, if you don't think
fantastic
that stuff is artistically fueled by fury and a lot of sadness too. I tell dark jokes in there, which dark humor. It's that's funny, but that's also really sad. Like
right.
But it's to illuminate the tragedy, some of the tragedies that I've went through myself or that I've observed others go through in a humorous thing. I try to be entertaining because that's YouTube. You got to be entertaining. That's the name of the game. So to strip yourself of the emotions is to strip yourself of the artistic spirit that humanity has, is what actually moves the movements that you guys are talking about. Like, I want a movement against fascism. Propaganda plays a big part in that. Like, every side of any conflict is always using propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
But there's
That's
a
right.
reason. It's because it's emotionally stimulating. It motivates others to move. And if you're good at that art, if you're good at that thing, you're going to get people to rally behind you. This is where atheism has to step up and shine over things like Christianity. Because what bugs me in modern day, I'm a little buzzed, so I'm being free with the speech. What bugs me in modern day
No,
is
this
that
is good.
conservative Christianity is now taking over humor, and people are like, ha ha ha, all the funny comedians are conservative and they're this and that, and like pigeonholed all the humor into like being a right-wing thing. I think humor is for everybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think satire can be weaponized, just like Voltaire did against the religious, to point out absurdities in what he saw in common day events. I don't see that in the atheist movement and YouTube.
Huh.
There isn't too many funny haha humor channels. We got
Mr. Deity. Come on now.
Mr. Deity. Dark Matter's stepping back from cartoons, but he hasn't put a cartoon out for a while. So, like, as it stands, I am the only atheist cartoon creator.
He is the only one. There can only
Non
be
sequitur
one.
retired. He puts out a video maybe once a year. Dark Matter's stepping back to do more serious political takes.
Yeah.
I'm doing the funny. Mr. Deity consistently does the funny. I like Answer Man. If you've watched him, he's popping up. He does a lot of Mr. Deity feeling stuff where he does like skits and stuff. I don't know if you've seen him or not. Have you seen that guy?
No.
He's good. He's like a bald guy. He does he seems like he's from New York or New Jersey or something. He does some really funny skits and stuff.
I'm listening.
It's fine. I just want to see that part of atheist content rise. Jesus Unfollower is another good comedian who does stuff on
Jesus Unfollower?
Yeah, he's bigger on TikTok, but he does some YouTube stuff. I would like to see that, more of that.
Maybe like part of this space is blind a little bit to the like I'm blind to how successful some people are on TikTok. Like I have no clue, right? I have no insight to what that world is doing.
I'm not on TikTok, so I don't know either, but I know Christy Burke was on TikTok and that's how she got big.
That's
and
true.
Then she transferred that to YouTube and was able to get bigger too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing that formula doesn't work for everybody, but I'm pretty on top of what's going on YouTube. I'm always trying to shout out new people on the scene and try to give them a leg up in the audience after I watch them a little bit, just see if they're worth shouting out. But new channel I just shouted out is called The Humanity, and there's 2 guys, 20 subs. They actually had a good repertoire. They do live streams and single videos, and they were pretty funny. So I shouted them out. I actually made pretty good friends with them the other day on their stream. It was like me and like 2 other people in there.
Oh, nice. That's fun.
Yeah. I like the small streams. I think I appreciate. I lose touch with the humanity of a bigger streamer once they get big, or a big channel.
Yeah. Can you post the link in the private chat and I'll post it in mine?
Yeah, I'll try to pull it up. Hold on.
Cool.
So what are you playing there?
Marvel Snap. I snapped, so I'm hoping I'm gonna win this. I'm gambling, guys. This. This. Yeah, I love connecting with smaller streamers too. I was actually saying earlier for people to actively seek out the smaller streamers so that you can, find someone you identify with, and that engages you, the chat, their community, because that is something that really helps. And I think the more people in this space that create smaller channels and just do it is better for everyone.
Yeah, that's one of the parts of YouTube I actually enjoy the most, because I remember, I know this might be a hot take, but I kind of miss the old days of Pine Creek before he went political and everybody started hating his guts, because I met a lot of my good friends like you and Tux and a lot of people over there. Like, we all hung out. It was a really cool time, and it was when he
I
was
played the
smaller.
poker before
Yeah.
things went
And
dire.
so I'm always on the lookout for a channel that's kind of fostering that community, even though I don't think he was trying to intentionally build community. But somehow, like, a lot of good people ended up migrating over there before everything went to shit. And so I enjoy that. I know, like, people are talking about the Damn Network is another place where that's kind of happening at right now, which is nice.
Right. Yeah. The Discords, like, I know that, God, I hate to say this, but there's some ortho bros that are very active on their Discords, right? And that definitely can provide people with that sense of, acknowledgement and belonging. And they're finding like-minded people that they probably connect with regularly on Discord.
Yeah, Discord is a hotspot. I don't know how to use Discord because I'm kind of in that Gen Z era.
Maybe they're getting an echo chamber on there.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Wow, that is definitely true.
I remember the first time I met Jim Bobs. I made the mistake of going onto his
You're the
Discord.
one who dropped him first.
Yeah, I went in there and I'm like, oh, these guys seem cool. They talk whatever they're talking about. They know about stuff. I want to argue with somebody. And then I went into like one of his Discord chat rooms and I got dogpiled by like 12 ortho bros. And they're like, do you believe in evolution? I'm like, I thought we're talking about like scriptures. They're like, you think something came from nothing? I'm like, damn, this is hardcore, dude. But yeah,
they're
you gotta.
crazy.
I learned you have to kind of watch where you're going in Discord. I still don't know enough. I just kind of use Discord right now for DMing purposes and
I use it for my rating guild, and people who love me so much they talk to me on Discord like you.
Yeah. Well, because it's cool for me because I want to keep that a little bit of an anonymity, and so I don't have to go handing out my phone number and stuff to people.
It's true.
And
yeah.
I can have phone calls, have text chats, private, and it works out good. And so I just wish like you could use Discord in the real world and have your doctors and your insurances like contact you through Discord, because then you have to pay a phone bill.
I mean, a lot of medical services now and health networks do offer online messaging services, so you can achieve that
with actual like companies and stuff.
Yeah, with your actual doctor.
Oh,
I've used it
because my goal is I'm
telehealth,
thrifty.
bro.
Telehealth. All right. I'm
But
having a hard time.
It's not literally it's not literally.
Oh, I thought you meant like that was a site name or the.
No, it's just what it's called in practice.
I am having a bastard of a time finding the Humanity channel because it's so small. So I have to like look through my history, or else I'd be posting in the chat.
You're good. You're good. I'm checking the chat.
Okay.
What else? There's something else that offers, like, you can go to like an urgent care that's telehealth too, which is weird. Like, I don't necessarily think that's the greatest, but apparently it exists.
Shit. Yeah, I don't know. That's like I'm in the old enough phase where I don't like to buy clothes online because I want to try them out. Like my wife and stuff, she's like,
you're not going to shot in the dark that the pants fit.
Yeah, I was like, I just buy these shoes for you, and if they don't, you just send them back. I'm like, I'll just go to the shoe store and like try them on, and like, I don't know. That's me being like, back in my day,
we didn't have this fancy schmancy Amazon. Oh god.
So what else did you guys talked about with you with the echo chamber stuff?
I mean, that was predominantly it.
Was your guest a believer or an atheist?
No, Pierce is an atheist.
Okay.
He does lots of his channel is mostly street epistemology type of content. Well, that's not good. Fuck, I lost. But yeah, and now he might be shifting to making videos. Not quite sure what he's not quite sure exactly. He thinks he wasn't getting the kind of feedback that he like his channel's goals, like the goal for his channel was to like teach people or emulate model conversations that are productive, just like Anthony Magnabosco type stuff.
Yeah, SC is always cool. I think we need more SC in the world for sure. But
yeah, Michael Beverly came on and really disagreed with some of the things we had to say about engaging with apologists and trying to like have the debate or whatever. And I was like, there's a difference between engaging the apologist versus reaching the audience, and how you might be trying to do that, how you can do that through using your response to the apologist as a vehicle for that. That was my point.
yeah, I'm all for opening up lines of communication. I'm not the person to shut that
And
down.
we can make racy content, right, and crack jokes and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, I think if we're supporting a channel like Paulogia's or what have you, and like I said that the reason I really liked that content, even as a believer, was that he didn't make fun of me or call like my belief stupid. Like there was a self-identification in what he used to believe and what I believed at the time. So
yeah,
that's the channel that BS just said, the Humanity Live. I'm gonna go subscribe right now.
Yeah, small channel. They're two autistic guys who have a focus on mental health intersecting with religion.
Oh, neat.
And that's
Okay.
always a
Wow,
passion
tiny
project.
channel. Woo.
Yeah, brand
They're
new.
just getting started.
They have a history in actual podcasting as Christians, though, so they're good at their craft. And so, like, I guess they had a kind of Pints with Aquinas type podcast when they were Christians before they both ended up deconverting.
Huh. Nifty.
I got them on their last live to review one of my videos because he was talking about falsification, and I sent him my falsification cartoon. And I told him, "No, you guys are my target audience." And then they watched it, and then they agreed, "Yes, we are your target audience," because I made them laugh a bunch.
They're gonna wake up tomorrow and have like 10 new subs and be like, "What the hell?"
Good. Yeah, I'm trying to promote Zach from the Shaken Fist right now because he's a small channel trying to get up. Like, he wants to get up on his monetization because he's having issues at home with immigration status. Maybe I'm overspeaking. Scratch that. Maybe I'm overspeaking. I don't know if I should be talking his business, but just he would like more subs to be entering the monetization process. For anybody who hasn't checked out Zach, he is a funny British guy from Maine. So he's originally American. Now he's in Britain, and he's really, really smart. And he's sometimes angry. Sometimes he gets angry. That's why, hence the shaken fist. But passionate about what he does.
It's true. He is very passionate. Speaking of monetization, if you like what I'm doing over here at this channel and you want to pay for my expensive ass StreamYard, my PayPal link is in the description of this video.
Yeah, everybody go help him pay for his StreamYard. That shit goes up every year too, doesn't it? Or
I know, it's fucking bonkers. But yeah, you know, and if you don't like that, well, you don't have to give me any money. $2 is fine.
Yeah,
That's your
Jesus
super chat.
Jesus doesn't care whether you subscribe or give Niddy money or not. So no guilt
Science
trip.
doesn't care either.
Yeah,
Right?
or Darwin or Dawkins.
I'm a moral anti-realist. I believe you have no ought to give me money. So it just is the case that I like it.
Very well said, like a philosopher.
Yeah. Gosh. Do you have anything else that's on your mind from the YouTube sphere that we could talk about before I get fucking tired?
That's cool. I'm drinking here too. So how do you feel about C.S. Lewis?
Oh, god damn it. B.S. Lewis, what are you doing?
I only ask because that's my next video. My cartoon I'm working on. It's been 4 years. Next month is my anniversary.
Your YouTube anniversary.
I realize I haven't done a proper takedown of C.S. Lewis in 4 years. And I don't think I've even barely touched on him at all, except for maybe addressing Liar, Loot, and Ticker Lord or something like that. And so my next video, I expect it out in like a month maybe, is covering the top 5 reasons CS is BS.
Nice.
And
that's going to be good.
I already knew some of this stuff, but I started doing more research into the topic because, you know, you want to be accurate and such. So there's a lot of reasons not to like what that guy was spreading.
He was one of those send yourself to hell people, right?
Yeah, that's one of my 5 reasons is the gates to hell are locked from the inside. And
not obsessive, but more of a high critic.
Yeah, I know enough about him to criticize him, and I don't hate him. I actually think that he's very good at fiction. Like, I enjoy the Narnia series. I enjoy some of his other fictional works, but I think that's what actually makes him such a popular and dangerous apologist, is because he's so good at working with make-believe and imagination, and that's the number one ingredient for apologetics, having a good imagination.
Yeah and using your confidence with it.
Yeah, so if you're sitting there pointing out like you have a problem in apologetics, oh well, Jesus can't be God because of this, and then all you have to do is open up that imagination and work around the objection. And that's what he does time and time and time again in all his multitude of different books.
Yes.
But the question is, like, it can't stand up to logic. And so my big point with the hell is locked from the inside is, Niddy, if hell is locked from the inside, how does one get into hell? Logic, bro. Shuts it down every fucking time. This goddamn sophist, it fucking pisses me off.
David. So I was originally going to play this clip when we were talking about echo chambers, rhetoric, and you know, how to approach the conversation and reach an audience. And then I remembered this video. And Durante, in the original video we were talking about, made a statement like we're about to hear from Derek.
We are at war. Yes, war. Get your armor on and get ready for battle. No, not in a physical way, of course. I'm simply making the point that we're in an ideological war. I think we've been in one for a very long time.
But he just leads off with "we're in a war," right? Which evokes
emotion.
Yeah. It stirs up anger. It stirs up
fear.
You know, fear. Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like
you don't
already.
like it?
I don't like being emotionally manipulated. I remember this video and I didn't like it. But go ahead.
Oh, nice. We disagree with Myth Vision. Oh shit.
I get the sentiment, but I'm not going to be played like a fool. I'm not a soldier of any sort.
Yeah, it's in the Bible, right?
Oh, okay. That's all you had to say. I'm sorry. You got
Right
me.
here. Let's crack the scriptures, okay? Right. We're gonna go to Ephesians chapter 6.
Bible study. Everybody get your Bibles out.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Orthobros can't. I'm gonna open the Bible and read it.
That's
No,
very
just
true.
kidding. Jay Dyer does it. All right. Here we go. Ready? Finally, be strong in the Lord. This is Ephesians 6:10. Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. Therefore, put on the full armor of God. And the rest of the
metaphorical
passage.
armor. Yeah, your ideological armor, everybody.
Yeah.
It's a fine. If you want to get in ideological arguments, I'm more than down for that because I love arguing. But if it goes to the next level of bloodshed, then
I have
we're
2
starting-
Bibles. I actually
Yep.
have, let's see, I've got, this is the, what is this? This is an NIV, I think. This is, which version? Whatever. It's a terrible, semi-bigoted one. And then I have this bigger NIV. And then I've got an ESV study Bible over in the other room. And then my wife has a Bible. My wife has 2 Bibles. And then I have, oh gosh, what's the other one I have? Fuck me, I can't remember. Nice.
David Cheever says that Niddy has a Bible. I thought only is impossible for an atheist to own a Bible. David, you're close, but it's impossible for an atheist to correctly read the Bible. That's what.
Oh, right. Yeah, we're not in. We don't have the divine essence working through us to properly divide the word with our souls and spirits. Kip, that's a great passage. It says, where the fuck? We use God's mighty weapons, not worldly weapons, to knock down strongholds of human reasoning and to destroy false arguments. We destroy every proud obstacle that keeps people from knowing God. We capture their rebellious thoughts and teach them to obey Christ. Right? And, Christians frame their struggle as a spiritual war, right? There's a book. Do I have it over here? It literally has a section called spiritual warfare. Let's see if I can find it.
Yeah,
Wait.
That verse you just read frustrates me because it reminds me of Martin Luther quote when he says that reason is the handmaiden to faith. Basically saying faith is the master, reason the logic. William Lane Craig has echoed such quotes to say that reality is supposed to bend to the Bible. We don't measure the truthiness of the Bible by reality in Christianity. And
lovely.
That's essentially what that verse is saying let every idea or whatever be under subjection to Jesus.
Right. Your epistemological foundation is the word of God. How you know anything is,
And it's completely backwards because it's saying up until the point where you actually learned about God or read a Bible, like you were flailing as an absurd, illogical being that had no grounding at all. Like you weren't actually living in reality because you had no contact with the Bible at that point.
Right. Yeah. It's just
as if the Bible isn't made of paper and molecules and whatever, and the words are just put on there by men, written by their hand. It's that backward thinking is what I stand against as an anti-theist against all religions, is because you can nitpick every little thing about a religion. Oh, they condone slavery, they condone genocide or whatever. No, my complaint against Christianity and all religions is universal, is that they try to what's the word?
Subvert.
Subvert the natural world for the supernatural world. They are encouraging delusions in every follower by providing them a false reality that you cannot talk them out of, or it's hard to talk them out of. That's essentially the same thing you'll find in a mental institution. If you're having people you have to talk out of believing in crazy conspiracies like, oh, the government's out to get you, and they don't believe in, or all they've put cameras all in your house and they're watching you. Like,
you're directing towards language that I don't like. That
I'm not going to make I'm not going to make the whole like it's a mental illness.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to say, because there's a damn lot in common though. I say this as somebody who's in the mental institution myself, as a bipolar person, that my actual diagnosis of my own problem was made increasingly harder because of spiritual language, and every symptom I was showing for being bipolar was also, I had a verse for that. I'm in spiritual warfare. I'm not having a psychotic episode or whatever. Like, I would always use ideological Christianese talk to explain a way to those who were trying to help me get in touch with our shared reality. And I would just insist, you're wrong. You're wrong. You don't have the eyes to see. You're not a spiritual person. Like, you're not as in touch with God as I am. That's why I'm seeing things that you're not seeing. And that's why I'm experiencing things you're not experiencing, because God has chosen me as one of his chosen ones, not you. It stops people from getting the help they need mentally if they're having any help, health issues mentally. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, and it's normalized that that's a possibility.
Yes,
that you can have direct divine revelation in the first place, right? It's built in the worldview. There's no escaping it, right? Because, if Paul can receive divine revelation, right? If Peter can, right? It didn't necessarily say that you wouldn't, right? Or speaking in tongues is apparently, divinely inspired language to communicate to someone else.
Yes.
So, like, where's the stopping point, right, for telling what really is or is not divine revelation? You can say that it's, not child sacrifice. Tell that to Jephthah, but
well, it's like the rain dance thing we were talking about earlier. If it takes a child sacrifice to achieve world peace, who are we to question that? Why does he want a child sacrifice? Who cares? It's God, right?
Yeah, divine command theory in a sense, but
well, that's the same mistaking of sacrificing animals. You're doing rain dances or whatever. It's just to ratchet it up to the extreme where it's like whatever. But they have a hero of faith named Abraham who was willing to do just that. Yet we poo-poo all over.
That.
Yeah, we poo-poo all over Andrea Yates for what she did.
Yeah,
double standard. If you think about these things from the point of view of some of the players in the Bible, think about Samuel. If you're a priest and you're charged over a ward of Samuel, and he's saying, like, I'm hearing voices. Nowadays, you're going to take him to a mental hospital. Back then, you're going to say he's a prophet of God.
Right. Yeah. He's experiencing something, super special from the Lord. Yeah.
And it's that disconnect between reality.
He kind of told him not to. Doesn't the passage? Oh, right at the last second. The angel doesn't take hold of the knife. He just prevents him.
But he told him to as well. So you can say he told him not to, but he told him to.
Right.
So
yeah.
it's like
if I told my kid, hey, run out in the street and get your ball, and there's a car coming, and like I know the car is coming, right? And I told him to go get the ball, and at the very last second I say, stop, there's a car now. It's like, well, I told him knowing that the car was coming to go get the ball. Like there's something a bit, weird that I, purposely put him in the bad situation, and then I'm being praised for telling him to stop.
Mm-hmm. And it's the weird stuff that messes with your decision-making capability, because your priorities are saying whatever God says is the most important thing to do. So in the case of Andrew Yates or other people, I have a short where there's a list of a bunch of people that a lot of people didn't know of. Like Andrew Yates is a popular one, but there's a bunch more. These
In the
people,
case of Ahmadi,
they didn't have an angel come and stop them. And then the stories that happened after the angel didn't come and stop him was ripped off limbs and murdered families and all the horrible stuff. And it's like, because these people couldn't differentiate the difference between fantasy and reality. And so we wag the finger at them. This is Alex O'Connor versus WLC all over again, where he's trying to explain the people who are really hurt in this situation are the Israelite soldiers. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, Craig?
Kip says, did he? There's a very compelling reason to think that in the oldest version of the story, Abraham followed through. You know what's funny? Kip, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but in evangelical circles, there's something that they do with that passage. And it's this. The reason that I think Tim Keller did this, the reason Isaac doesn't come back with Abraham is because it's even more of a picture of Christ, who is, he's actually sacrificed, and then he doesn't come back until he's presented with his bride, which in Genesis, right, the next time you do see Isaac is when he's going to be betrothed to Rebecca. And so Keller, derives this connection of, Christ after the sacrifice is gone for a while, but then when he's going to come back for his
Keller
bride.
He was another C.S. Lewis type figure. Keller was good at storytelling.
Yeah. But now, to Kip's point, right? When I was a believer, I'm like, oh, wow, that's an incredible connection I would have never seen. But now I'm like thinking back on it, I'm like, it's pretty fucking weird that Isaac doesn't come back. Right? Like Abraham dismisses the men, and the passage literally says Abraham came back. Not him and the lad, just him.
Yeah.
And now, Kip, I'm curious as to what we do with the later narrative of Isaac being presented with Rebecca. Is that I guess if you'd be begging the question in a way and assuming that there's single authorship, right? That maybe the author just had this plot hole or lacked of attention to detail. Kip, can you help frame that? Like, so if in fact the Abraham tradition has him sacrificing Isaac, then how do we explain Isaac marrying Rebecca and continuing Abraham's lineage?
Yeah, Kip, clear it up, because from my understanding, I thought it was just alternate tellings of the text. Like there's a version this way and a version that way. I don't know which one comes before the other.
Right. Yeah. Or wait, or could the tradition have shifted from Ishmael being one of the patriarchs?
So, okay, here's a curveball, Niddy. The Hebrews' recollection of this story is they're saying that in the story of Abraham and Isaac, that in a way, Abraham received his son back from the dead. Do you recall that in Hebrews 11?
Yeah, Michael Beverly's actually pointing that out. No, more precisely, it's that passage is commending Abraham obeying God as if he believed he'd raise Isaac from the dead.
And it seems that the author of Hebrews is talking about like a metaphorical resurrection, like being gone for somebody for a long time, and then hey, they're here again. And if you want to compare that to the story of Jesus, like atheists all day long will probably concede that it was a metaphorical resurrection. Like, yeah, it's a metaphor for metamorphosis or something like that.
I'm steel manning you, David.
Yeah. So
I read that passage a lot. So yeah.
Well, that's what started to frustrate me when I was in my deep psychosis, is I started to think that all the spiritual promises that were in the Bible were metaphorical. And so I had experienced a rapture, but it wasn't the rapture as people understand it. Like, and I experienced a lot of the different things like a resurrection, but it was just a metamorphosis in character, or somebody was gone for a while and they came back. And so I started to get frustrated. I was like, why am I believing this crap if everything is just coming true as tropes, not as actual like people floating in the air or people rising from the dead, like literally. And I started to get annoyed and kind of disillusioned by the whole process because I was experiencing a lot of these things, but they were happening in metaphorical ways.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about this in a different stream, that's the problem. That can be a problem with prophecy and divine revelation, is that if it's open to enough interpretation, anyone can say it's fulfilled, or you can wrangle your language into fulfilling it,
which
or
feels like cheating
of events. Yeah,
it feels like cheating, and it kind of shortchanges the whole Christian experience if you're expecting God's promises to be fulfilled in a literal way when they're just filled. It's just like, I might as well be a Buddhist. Like if it's just about like weird trope type storytelling sayings, like there's no difference between Buddhism and Christianity. Like,
well, yeah, but it's effectively a cure for cognitive dissonance, right? I mean, there's this book, right? I'm gonna wave it another time. Mistakes were made, but not by me. And I believe there's a chapter on the failed prophecies of like the Millerites.
The Millerites, yeah. That's a good case study for that. A lot of them doubled down. A lot of them doubled down, and when you'd expect them to walk away, but they didn't.
Yeah, Seventh-day Adventists too.
Yeah, JWs, Mormons were a short off branch of them. Like,
these are the times of the end times of the end times.
But your mind, because your pattern seeking behavior is still trying to make sense of it, and so you'll look through the history and be like, well, look at how all these dots connect, even within the Millerite movements and stuff that happened 1700, 1800 years later. And you're still trying to formulate this like theory of everything to make it make sense.
Right.
Instead of just saying, this doesn't make sense and moving on. It's a sunk cost. Yeah. Hey man, this makes sense. It's instead of acknowledging the sunk cost fallacy type of stuff, you will still go through all the motions to connect all the dots to make some grand unified theory of everything. Yeah. Like I could probably incorporate Lego.
My Marvel conspiracy.
But I use that to my advantage though. So like if anybody's twisted in this way mentally, you can spin it. And so I use it through my artwork. I've incorporated Lego in a cartoon with Niddy.
Yeah, it was fun.
So you can find ways to connect these dots, and you express yourself artistically, and it becomes an outlet for what me personally I had for this religious fervor and this religious dedication I used to have. But I've just redirected it, call back to the emotional part with the fury and with the fear and with the sadness that I had, and I just turned it into art. And I find different dots around me, and I connect them, and I make them into things that make people laugh. So it, turn bads into goods.
Left-handed Jedi is in the chat. Whoop whoop. Whoop whoop. Oh, I've been doing this for a while. Got 22 viewers. Hello, everyone. I'm so grateful that you've stuck around. If you've been here from at least an hour ago, press 1 in the chat. I want to know, how long have you expressed your undying love and devotion to Niddy? Press a 1 in the chat if you've been around for 1 hour. Press a 2 in the chat if you've been around for 2 hours. And type a 10 in the chat if you wish I could just go on all night long.
And no matter the number you put in, don't forget to hit the like button. It helps with the algorithm. It spreads
Yes.
the Niddyverse to the world.
0.5. It's true. It's a half hour. 2 night. Yeah, you've been here for fuck ever. Left-handed Jedi says 10. Piss off my family because I'll also be the ones. Oh, AR, come on now.
Hey, AR, you're a
Unfucking believable.
disappointment to everybody.
Kick him out. Ban him. Just kidding. 10 for all night, Niddy. Oh God, what have I done to myself? I don't think I've done a 4-hour stream in like years at this point.
Well, I'm down to talk. Hopefully
For
more
the
people get in
first
here.
stream in forever.
Kip, if you feel like talking, you can come on in here and be our resident
Oh
expert.
yeah, we can have a budget scripture Saturday. It's Saturday now here.
It just started it really early in the morning.
Oh God. My
So
brain just started up. What?
Question for you. Like, we're gonna get into like the behind the scenes stuff, if you don't mind, the YouTube stuff, like creator
Sure.
to creator to creator. We'll let
Tell me, baby.
the audience in on the how the sausage is made. You have been growing your channel pretty good. I know you had a little setback, but you've bounced back, and you're probably close to where you were before the setback.
No, I got
Not
like
that much?
150 to go.
My question for you is,
Uh-huh.
how are you on watch hours? I assume you want monetization.
Eventually, I mean, that would be great. I mean, I told Pierce before, this is predominantly a hobby, right? And I'm engaged in this.
Well, you do want that StreamYard paid for, though.
I do want this fucking StreamYard paid for. Let's see. How long do you guys watch me? Well, as of my stream with Kip, I am up 25 subscribers in a week.
Boop,
So
boop.
Kip, whoop whoop. Thank you so much for Budget Scripture Saturday. I am at 1,000. No. Wait, hold on. How long? What's the time span on this?
Have you had the new channel for a year yet?
Hold on a second. That's last 28 days. Let's do last 90 days. Last 90 days, I've had 468 watch hours, 3,408 views, and yeah.
Just your monetization tab, because it'll give you a little bar graph saying like, oh, you need to hit this to reach the monetization.
How far are you, baby?
Well, because the reason I'm asking is I got subs. That's not my problem. I don't live stream a lot, so my watch hours.
I'm good on video uploads. I need to get 1,500 watch hours. No, 1,500 more.
But you haven't been within a year yet, right? Because it's monitoring you on that tab for a year.
Yeah.
And I find like the streaming people, they get the hours easy, but they get the subs hard. And then the people who put out standalone content get the subs easy, but the hours hard. I talked to Gur about this one time, and he had the 2 channels, right? He had Gurmania plus Gur Streams.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I got the subs on my Gurmania channel, and I got the hours on my Gur Streams channel, but the 2 shall never meet. And I was like, why'd you just do it on one channel? He's like, I don't want to do that. I'm like, okay.
Oh, the re-uploads would be insane.
Then he retired. So who cares? But
yeah,
it's like but I just found that always
go download it all and repost it.
Yeah, I should. He'd probably you can't get too mad at me if I repost all his stuff. probably would, but I'd be like, so you quit, get out of here.
Get
But-
out here, yeah. That's fucking
I just
funny.
find it interesting because, like I said, I have friends right now that are like trying to push for actual monetization because financial need, not because they're like, oh, it's a hobby and I'd like to get extra cash.
Yeah. I'm
And
in
I'm
it
always
for the
inter-
extra cash and paying for my StreamYard. My PayPal link is in the description.
Yeah. I'm always picking people's brains about it. Like I tried to help them a little bit. I made him a thumbnail and stuff, and
Oh,
gave him
sweet.
some ideas. But it's me and you. We talk about theology a lot because it's like interesting, like brain teaser puzzle stuff. But if you were to get into like the YouTube algorithm space, like the creators who talk about creating big channels, like it is almost as mysterious as talking about God. It's like, well, what do you do? Did you do a rain dance? And is that how you got those subs? Did you sacrifice a child? Is that how you got that 200 subs that one time? And so it's always like fun to just pick people's brains who are in the same situation as you.
Yeah, yeah. Michael Beverly says you need more Taylor response videos. No, I'm gonna be addicted to the Modhi and talking about cults on Sunday, tomorrow.
Yeah.
While my kids are at church, wife and kids are at church.
Dude, you are obsessed with Amadi lately. Like I haven't watched maybe one video.
Dude, I'm gonna follow that son bitch. Just
and
kidding.
then convert.
No.
Like,
Hey,
I mean,
if he can make the moon disappear, I'm all in.
doesn't the moon disappear all the time?
I know it disappears once a month because it's a new moon. So this poor woman might actually believe that he disappeared the moon and it was a new moon day.
That's what's so funny. People are idiots. This is why I fight against religion. It's like P-Town is eclipse things. Like, dude, like, of course the moon disappears all the time. Like, and then I get mad at the grifters, and this is where the emotion comes in. It's like I get mad at the grifters. I'm like, oh, this Mahdi guy is grifting people. And then I get mad at the people who are being grifted. I'm like, you guys are so fucking stupid. You deserve to be grifted. But that's not the right attitude. That's not a good attitude to have. So I try to educate. Say, hey, stop being so stupid so you keep being grifted by grifters. Right? Isn't that the bond that connects all YouTube creators or atheist creators? Critical thinking, skepticism.
Yeah. Yeah. Or at least we'd like to say so.
I'm trying to tie it back to your original stuff so we have some good callbacks here.
We're getting there. We're getting there. We got to up the rhetoric for like the last 15 minutes so I can call it at 4 hours.
Yeah.
I think in this case, it would be the overt forward facing of, well, no, if it's a still image inside the video, maybe, I don't know. That is weird.
Have you told? No, go ahead. Oh, have you told the Panera story online yet, or those just in the post? How you got kicked out?
No, I didn't get kicked out. I just had to.
You got kicked out. You got kicked out.
Oh, shut up. No, so that same day though, I do want to talk about this, and I haven't gotten a chance to. I got so angry, like, no, I thought they were doofuses.
No, those dummies.
I thought they were making it up most of the time. But anyway, so I'm sitting there and I had to put away my sign, which I was like, okay, whatever. I can understand the case for that being like categorized as solicitation or whatever. And I've been told to do the same at a Starbucks before, so it's not like I'm unfamiliar to management pushback or something. At any rate, I'm sitting there after that experience, I'm just like trying to do my work, do. And I think one of these ladies I had seen before, and she's like, I'll pray for you. A different day, right?
Yeah,
So
like,
they're sitting there, and there's another woman like across the way, like on the other side of like a booth section, and she's going to sit back down after like getting her drink or whatever. And one of those Bible bees goes, hey Maria. And like the woman's like, the fuck? And then she's like, come here. And the woman's like has no clue what's going on. She comes over there. And then the Bible bee goes, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were, one of my friends from church. It's like, so you think all Asian people look the same? Is that what you're doing right now? Like, right? Because she was Asian, and then she's like, oh, I
yeah.
thought you were my friend from church. Well, it's like, see, that's part of the joke, but it's true. This is what happened. And then like the Bible bee like somehow like pivots. Like at this point I started eavesdropping because I'm like, usually when you just have a mistaken identity thing, you just try to let the person go and say, oh, that was weird. But then they're like, I don't know how the fuck they did this, but they were like, do you believe in God? And then she like, I couldn't hear her. And they're like, well, don't you know God loves you so much? And like the woman's like overall countenance was, okay, I'm going to let them talk, but I'm not really sure like if I want to stay. Like I can tell body language pretty well because I've done so many of these conversations, and when someone comes over to my table and they start engaging with my it's best to be an atheist sign, but they remain standing and they are more
Guarded.
no, they're more upright. It tells me that they want to keep me at a distance and say a few things, right?
Mm.
And then they're going to be ready to go. So I don't have any plans of real, like as soon as they have that demeanor, I'm like, okay, I'm not going to talk to this person for very long, and that's fine. When people come over standing, they lean over the chair and look around a little bit. They're probably not going to stay either. The people who stay are the ones who lean in for a handshake or start pulling the chair. Those are people with intent to stay, right? Or they give me eye contact too. And that's just their body language. They can barely say a word. And I'm like, oh, this is someone who wants to engage me, right? And so I'm sitting back here, and the Bible bees, because she had a friend with her, they're like, laid back, open posture, inviting, right? But the woman standing there is kind of like teetering, I'm ready to go, right? But she's now, I think she didn't know how to exit the conversation, if you know what I mean. And
Mhm.
so the Bible bees went on for like 10 minutes, like preaching to this poor woman. And they're like, you should come to our church. You should come to our church. You should come here's my phone number. Here's the address for my church. Here, you take this and please come to my church. Right. And I'm just getting more and more angry because I'm reading this woman and she's just like, doesn't know how to end the conversation, first of all. And second of all, they fucking lied to her to get this whole conversation started. Right?
Yeah.
Like, hey, Marianne. Oh, you're not Marianne. I thought you were my friend from church. Do you know God loves you? And it's like, you reeled this person in on complete false pretense. For what? Right? To go back to your women's Bible study tomorrow and be like, the Lord led me to talk to this person. No, you thought all Asian people looked the same.
I
Okay.
planted a seed.
Yeah.
Yeah. If there's nothing that you can get from a church that you can't get from the person right there, if they're not prepared to give you the gospel, like they're not a Christian.
Yeah, I guess.
Obviously, right? And the gospel ain't hard. Like
No, it's not, no.
the God love you part is like the beginning, but then you have to tell them that God also hates your sin, and He's going to
Right.
burn you in hell unless you become a Christian and love Jesus back. That's it. That's the gospel message. Like, and that's what you're going to get out of church, except for it's going to be repeated in
Well, you get the
17,000 different
community
ways.
though, BS. You get all those people who agree with you.
Yeah, that's assuming I want to hang out with those people. Like, honestly, if I hang out at
Yeah.
churches, I'm just going to end up arguing with people all the time, which may be good. I like arguing with people. Might be a good maybe that's the idea. You should start putting your church outside of, or put your sign outside of churches on Sundays. Get them as they're walking out the fucking door.
You're such
Eh?
a genius.
You're
I
gonna
love
get
you
kicked
so
out.
much.
You're gonna get kicked out of that church so quickly, dude.
Well, so some churches might categorize that or interpret that as protest, and you have to be a certain distance away in order to do that. So I'd have to look at like the laws in my jurisdiction to see what would be acceptable or not.
Yeah, if you're going fishing, go where
But
the
if I'm
fish
not on
are.
their property, I mean,
Yeah,
you
catch
know,
them as they're coming out the parkway or the driving or the parking lot. Like
the problem I would have is, well, I guess, yeah, I
because
guess
honestly,
that's somewhat feasible.
you're fishing for souls or content. I'm not going to judge.
It's mostly content. I'm just kidding. No, you know, I tell
You go
people
where the
though.
fish are.
Yeah. I tell people though, it's to humanize, atheists, and for me to show them like, this could be a good faith dialogue, and it's not about reaching their apologists, right? It's about having a discussion between me and them.
It
But at
depends
any
on
rate,
how deep you want to get in, though. Like now
yeah.
you got my imagination going, Niddy. Like when I was in church, we had a spot. We always go to the Carl's Jr. around like for lunchtime. All of us would get together. We'd all mob the Carl's Jr. at lunch between morning and afternoon services. If you went undercover, find out where these people are hanging out at, then just show up there. And you're just like, I have this sign, and there's like 20, 30, 40, 50 Christians like eating lunch, waiting for afternoon service.
See, so I would run into the same problem that I did with that Panera, right?
Yeah.
So
depends on how.
And it could be worse. If I have a particularly Christian butthurt manager, I mean, they could just call the police, right? And that would be really bad.
Yeah, I forget that sometimes. I'm West Coast, I'm California, so like I forget how
you could probably do whatever in a fucking
you
restaurant.
can't do whatever you want here. So I forget like there's people that are like honestly bigoted about that shit, like hardcore over there.
Yeah, AR says, careful, Niddy. Lena got arrested for protesting a church. Yeah, I don't want to get
listen to me then.
Too into that.
I'm giving bad advice.
If you're really clean and clear about the law, and you maybe even carry like the statute around with you to show the police, like, hey, I'm in perfect compliance here, right? You have a shot at not getting arrested. But the other thing I was thinking,
get people to engage with. That's
yeah. The other thing I was thinking though during that whole exchange was, I bet these women probably buy a narrative that Christians are so persecuted, when I'm the one who can't invite people to conversations about atheism, and they can just sit there and pull someone in on false pretenses and preach their heart's content. And that's socially acceptable, but it's not acceptable for me to say, hey, like, I disagree with you, come talk.
Michael's got some
and persecution would be, I walk over there, right? I'm upset, and I walk over there and say, hey, why did you lie to this woman? Stop telling them about Jesus. Now that's actual opposition, right? But guess what? I'm a decent human being, and I didn't do that shit because, they're not persecuted, right?
Yeah, I don't see you as the type to be angrily protesting. Like you are in your It's Good to Be an Atheist series. You're seeing them. You're looking for,
in a way, yeah. I actually am a little bit easier on them than that.
Yeah, it's not strict AC, but like we all know there's a spectrum to it. Like you can go
Yeah.
everything back to strict like hardcore stuff, where you can go conversational in style. But yeah, Michael's got some advice for you. I don't know if you saw that in the chat or not.
Just film it, Nitty. If you get arrested, it's like Christy Burke going viral time. Yeah.
Yeah, let's not get Niddy arrested though. I don't think that's a good idea.
Well, if Stephen Miller has his way and does away with habeas corpus, then, you know, I won't even get like valid grounds or probable cause for arrest. They'll just pick me up, right? And be like, oh, and
And then we've entered full thought crime mode. You don't think like you should think, Nitty. Go to jail.
now that's a bit of an echo chamber, wouldn't you think?
Ugh.
Let's create a whole country that only agrees on dogmatic positions of a particular set of evangelical propositions about the age of the earth and whether or not, and the shape of the earth, and whether or not vaccines are efficacious, and whether or not we can talk about race and sex and marriage, or even talking about those things. That's the difference, right?
Yeah, this is
So-
why I'm not super afraid of Christian nationalism, because I don't think they can even get their shit together.
No,
within
and that's why I
Christian
said
things, so
during
I'm
the
like, oh.
election, during the election season, I'm like, all the atheists in this space want to save Christians from themselves. No
That's a good
joke.
point.
Like
Yeah.
that was a lot of my, I would tell people like, this is my motivation, right? I want to stop you from recreating the need of the First Amendment.
You know what would be a twisted turn of events is if Trump is playing them all to get them on board with like eliminating freedom of religion or whatever in the First Amendment. And then it turns out he's the great Mahdi. And he says, we're all Muslim now, bitches.
Well,
like,
you know,
no.
right, yeah, which Christians, right? And my former church would be like, no, we're not teaching them young earth creationism. Like, even if that's like the mandated thing to teach in schools, like, no, we're not doing that, right? But
Yeah.
yeah,
I don't know, but
like
it
I
doesn't.
like to tell people like the whole damn, like a lot of the reason like people came here in the first place is that their flavor of Christendom was getting them killed.
10-4.
Right. And so why did they need freedom of speech? Right.
Yeah.
The only way you can be Protestant is if there's freedom of speech.
Protestants came to America to escape the Church of England. And so that should
Right.
be enough. Like mic drop right there.
Hello. Like
Yeah.
I'm sorry. And my mom didn't understand that. I'm like, Mom, you need freedom of speech to be a Protestant. Do you understand that? Right? It's like, well, maybe if we limited language to like pro-Christian ideas, it's like, well, the exact problem. Which ones? Because if you're deemed a heretic because there is no real, freedom of expression because it has to fall into a Christian bubble, then what?
Yeah.
Right?
So to play devil's advocate, the parts where I just said like, hey, I'm not afraid of Christian nationalism. There is a form of Christian nationalism I would be afraid of, and that would be where the minority becomes the powerful one. And it doesn't matter what type of Christian you are outside of that.
Right.
If you
It's
don't
just-
conform to the majority Christianity, then you are in the same boat as an atheist or a Muslim. And that's
Right.
the Handmaid's Tale type of crap, where it's like it doesn't matter if an evangelical is not that popular and they're only like 10% or 20%. Like if they come to power and they start enforcing that specific flavor of Christianity on everybody else, the Christians will probably fall in line because they'll be like, well, it's close enough. It's cultural Christianity. It's mere Christianity.
Oh
At least
yeah,
they-
we agree enough on the central tenets. I mean,
Yeah.
my Orthodox brothers and sisters, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
The
And-
Orthodox Church definitely believes they're a true church, David Wood. So
This is-
you or AP is going to hell, you fucking moron.
Those two fucking this AP became a
See,
Christian.
and usually I stay away from insulting people's intelligence, but I mean that's just willful. That like on David's part, that's just willful rejection of the obvious, right? Like
Yeah.
that is the dude. For how much you've read on Muslimanity, like sorry, Islam, you should also understand the rich Christian tradition of orthodoxy and why AP might be going to hell. Hello.
He supports the
we're-
Antichrist, according to another Orthodox
Yeah.
guy, right?
I mean,
That Andrew Wilson AP debate was wild, dude.
oh, dude, it was so funny.
I can't even believe it.
I was laughing so hard.
Like, is everybody understanding that both of these guys are Orthodox Christians, right? And one just hates Muslims and one just hates Jews, and then they're like, "You're wrong. No, you're wrong. Blah blah blah. This is gonna happen. This is gonna happen." I'm like, I don't want either of you guys in power, dude. Like you can't even agree, and you're both of the same sect, and you guys are like so wildly off on this ideas of eschatology of what's supposed to happen in the Middle East.
That right there.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, Greg, that's my point, right? It is that you need religious freedom to be protected from the state dictating, how you worship, where you worship, essentially what your education looks like, how you dress. I mean, right? Like, what if the fucking Amish had their way?
Yeah,
They're
I think
basically a cult too.
Greg S's comment works both ways, though. Like, now that the secular people are in play, because we're talking about beginning of America, Christian nation stuff, where everybody basically was a Christian except for a handful of people. Secularity is on the rise, according to the rise of the nuns. And if we like that way of life, if we like that style of life, we have to fight for that style of life.
We have to be angry.
Yeah, not in the it's a war, like I'm gonna punch somebody in the face type of way, but we have to fight the war of ideas, like Myth Vision was saying. I guess I'd agree with him in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because every atheist in this room, we're all screwed if the wind blows the other way and they say you have to believe a certain thing that you don't believe, or else you're gonna be a less privileged person or killed in the worst case scenario kind of thing. Like, so either believe this or get good at faking it,
Yeah.
or fight back. But I don't trust humans. I hate one of the things that I fear the most is mob mentality, where a group of people
democracy
just takes
only
over.
Yeah, democracy only flourishes when all the parties are good faith.
Yeah.
And we haven't had that in, like, for fuck ever.
Because, and this is why I usually push back against people being like, oh, we're going to start a revolution or whatever, because so many times in history, small groups of people have started a revolution, but it gets taken over by mob mentality. And then somebody else, a third party player, comes in to take over and claim the wreckage,
pulls in.
This whole war is started.
Fills the vacuum.
So no matter how noble the intentions of that revolution, an asshole still steps in to claim power, and then you have the rebellion becoming an empire, and that's kind of the metaphor of Star Wars: is the rebellion comes the empire, and then a new rebellion comes up, and they become the empire.
That's right.
Another rebellion comes up, and then it becomes the empire, and that's the story of human history.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just never ends.
And it's frustrating.
Oh no,
because
you're making it so nihilistic. I'm
It
just
is.
gonna be a nihilist. I'm giving up on life. There's no point anymore.
Ugh, I know it seems hopeless, but my point is, like, people like who fancy themselves freedom fighters, you're just the empire in training. So it's not just like, it's harsh. I'm not gonna lie, but it's accurate. and I can give you tons of examples throughout history where this happened. We look at the American founding fathers and the American Revolution as heroes. They were the rebellion. Now they're the bad guys.
Right.
We
Every
see the
successful coup is patriotism.
yeah, we see the establishment as the bad guys, and I don't know if we're right to do so. We're always hoping for a utopian empire where, like, we'll have a group of people who take power and have the best interests of the people at heart in governance, but then they don't, and then we have a revolution, and those people repeat the process. So it's like,
Sven
yeah,
says atheists need a replacement for that. If you can't find good people to put in power, who will serve those that crave hierarchy?
it's not the place of atheism to do that.
It's true. Yeah, I guess you're right.
Atheism is a stance on one thing. Like anti-supernaturalism is what I'm
you
all
could
for.
say that some kind of coalition, right, of diverse beliefs, like with shared goals, could be an attempt, which is part of what democracy requires, is good faith actors amongst the polity to get that done. But people want to reject, empirical claims for their dogma on, their views of, climate, culture, blah, 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 blah. But
and from what I see with Christianity and any religion, really is where they have the leg. They have the leg up on us because they give people a common purpose worth striving for, and that's the main critique against atheism movement or secularism that I even secular humanism I'm always aware of is like they need a replacement. They need a good replacement. And I sometimes find myself agreeing with that stance, but the only good replacement I can see is sticking to science.
Yeah.
And having that would be our epistemology, and our morality would be the secular humanist morality of well-being. And that's where shit falls apart because we're going to talk about trolley problems and everything. Like,
well-being is just this
nebulous
moving
fuck.
Yeah, it's a moving goalpost, and it's relative, and it makes people scared.
Yeah,
right. It's scary to not have a definitive answer on a moral claim or a course of action. There you go.
Yeah, and that's where I'm saying that morality or the Christianity and other religions succeed because they pull everybody's desire to fulfill the God's will. And I think Ayn Rand was correct in her assessment of humanity that we are self-driven creatures. And I like that because it becomes a bartering system. Like, if I understand unity and I can get an accurate read on what you want, I can use that to gain what I want. And I can actually formulate a back and forth with you where we form a win-win situation. The God thing in hypothesis would work that way, except for in actuality and practice, no one can decide what the God actually wants.
Yep.
And that's frustrating because it's not uncommon to think that, hey, me and you want different things, Niddy. So we either have to compromise. I have to dominate you. You have to dominate me. We kind of have like set rules for what would happen if self fulfillment was the goal. But the God thing is just the Christian nationalist stuff we talked about. Like
it's always a deference to some power that's
unknown, mysterious mind. Like
right. At some level unknown. I mean, people parse out things from God's law. But all of those are still negotiated too, which is really funny. But
it is, and it's like Dark Matter pointing out, a cartoon is just a manifestation of one's ego anyway. But they just don't see that. Like, God wants what I want. That's convenient. Like, hey, and then
right.
But that's where the objectivity of the Bible comes into play. And if it really was objective, I would probably be a Christian, because it is appealing to, like, we can all appeal to a referee to settle our matters. God wants this, God doesn't want that.
The biggest
Read the
ape.
Bible. Yeah, it's the silverback, the giant silverback, and nobody reads the Bible the same. We all interpret it differently. So even having an objective standard like the Bible or the Quran or whatever wouldn't work out, because you're sitting there and you're still subject to subjectivity. It doesn't work.
I mean, Ahmadi is showing me how all prophecies are being fulfilled. So,
God damn prophecies.
all right, we're almost at 4.5 hours. I need to shut this shit down, take a shower, and try not to sleep in too far.
All right, it was fun, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Okay, gang, you've been here for 4 fucking hours of Niddy. Unbelievable. This is the longest I've streamed in 2 years. 2 years. No, I'm so grateful for your love and participation. Thank you, chat, for sticking through it. Thank you for everyone who came from Pierce's channel. I saw a couple new subscribers come in, so I am very humbled that you came here and hopefully enjoyed this content and these conversations, and look forward to more, or look forward to whether or not you're in a cult on Sunday. Hopefully I get all the material I want ready for that talk. And you can look forward to more crazy hot Niddy takes, because that's Niddy. Ow!
You ain't got a chance, like, you ain't got a chance, pass that, run that, pass that smoke. I ain't really with that. Nah, I ain't really with that. No, I ain't really with that. Nah, I ain't really with that. Come like some bad mixed with that. Air Force One, and stop that, start that. Been there, done that. Riff raff, I ain't really with that. Nah, I ain't really with that. Fall from you be the blood of the Englishman. You ain't got a chance, like, you ain't about to pass that. Pass that, run that, pass that smoke.